can do it. There you go. Why does it take so long? There we go. Hi, hello, how's it going? Log in, there we go. Hi, hello. Fancy seeing you guys here Thursday on Final Fantasy. There are some recent developments. So I appreciate everyone being understanding. It's more Final Fantasy. Forgive me if I don't have like much of a game plan for this stream. Cause it was a bit of a surprise. A Final Fantasy for Thursday, if you will. Yeah, Ashley is unfortunately not feeling very well, which, I hope she gets better soon. And she was feeling okay this morning, and she's like, yeah, I think I'll be okay. And then, like, kind of around, like, 2 o'clock, whenever I made the announcement, she was like, oh, I don't feel so good. I don't feel so good. And I was like, let's just do this another time. I want my bestie to feel good. So it is, yeah, random F14 bullshit, go. Surprise! What is up with my bra right now? What is it doing? Wish our favorite Brit a speedy recovery. Yes, please be nice to her. But yeah, we'll have to get to MGS2 next week. So if this stream is a little bit short, or perhaps there's not a solid game plan for what we're doing, then sorry, but it was kind of abrupt. I wanted to still stream because I was like, well, I mean, I kind of set aside my evening to do this anyway, but like, you know, it happens. Do we ever have a solid game plan? Sometimes, yes. The game plan is usually like, go do the MSQ, but that's a game plan still. Is Max happy with the MGS4 announcement? Oh yeah, I believe so. I think she has said that she is happy that people are gonna actually be able to play it, which is pretty good. I was always reading the short stories. True, but I kind of want to schedule the short story read. It's kind of the same reason I don't want to do the MSQ today, because if people were really wanting to like tune into that, I don't really want to just be like, surprise! Like, you know what I mean? Fair, yeah. Translation, Zoom Anthony can finish the quadrilogy. I mean, yeah, pretty much. Could scoop up some of these. Well, you know. Since I'm here, grab a couple of these guys. But yeah, I mean, I'm certainly looking forward to being able to play it. I don't know exactly what the plan is. Like, I don't know exactly what, like, our specific plan is. Like, if we're going to do, when we would do 4 and such. But obviously it's not, like, out yet, I don't believe. So... oh, we'll figure something out, but, I'm kind of curious to see how it plays, especially since like 2 has been so different from 1 in a lot of good ways, though. Try to get Peace Walker here to one of the best MGS songs. Isn't Peace Walker included in like the 4 remake thing, or like the 4 port? Didn't they say that one was included? I thought they did. I could be like super wrong though. Seems a bit loud. Hang on just a second. Sorry, my window's being like weird. Push that there. There we go. If you get the collection, you get 4 in Peace Walker. Okay. That's a big guy. Is P Walker the PSP game? P Walker. P Walker is me when I have drinking too many beverages and I have to go to the bathroom. That's P Walker. Anyways. Yeah, I think it was the PSP game. I want to say so. I feel like I'm being punished for making light of y'all's cold front. Suffer. How cold is it over there? Or actually, aren't you guys getting a bunch of rain right now? I think Cena said something about like a flash flood or something. Yes, that. Ah, okay, okay. Well, get cosmically punished? People that some of the jokes like this go with my mom, shaking my head. Hey, she loved my jokes, I'll have you know. She thought they were delightful and charming, because I'm delightful and charming. Also, I paid for her meal. I work in the middle of the night, so I'm regularly getting down to 20s. You know, balmy by your standards. Yeah, it is actually. It is kind of balmy. For real. It's for real balmy. I constantly forget I have that. I need to do more, like, silly, like, stream edit stuff. That would be fun. I need to figure out more, like, things to do. Maybe fix the chat bot, too. Shorts and tank top weather. True. People make jokes that it's like, oh, once it's above freezing, that's when you get out your shorts. And honestly, this past week, we were like in the 40s, which was like crazy. And I kind of was wearing my lighter clothes. But then we got a blizzard yesterday, so, you know, still not out of the woods yet. Literally got slammed with like just a sudden blizzard. Oh, I clicked a bit too fast. More frustrating thing is the rain is rolling. Rolling. zones to like a rager for like 30 seconds, then it's calm. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, it snowed for like 14 hours here yesterday. I see. Germany entered cold, rain, snow, warm, like summer, fuck you, snow phase again. Nice! Yeah, I get pretty regular updates from Germany these days. And there was a lot of snow that happened recently. Dark Eris is our Dark Eris rolling around. True. Eris be rolling. Dang, she's dead. Okay, well, we did that. That was a fun little warm up. Being close to actually, yeah, being close to actually get them to swarm. Huh. Didn't even realize that. There's the normal jaw too. You know the Namazu. I hate those little cretins. Okay, that'll be funny though. That's enjoyable. But before I do that, I have to show you guys something. So, there's a change in the house, in my house that I made recently. And I'm sure all of you will appreciate. It's pretty easy to catch. Oh wait, not you! Still playing though. Here. That's good though, that's good. Anyway. Never had a choice. Never let the ops win. Calm them nerves. Guess who got the orchestra role? Very proud of this actually. Never had a choice. Never let the ops win. Calm them nerves. Got the whole world watching. I rolled an 86 and I was robbed. I rolled a 95, Miri. You snooze, you lose. Yes, I still need to actually do stuff in this house. But I must snooze. I am so eepy. You are so eepy. That is true. Yeah, I need to actually decorate in this house. That would be a fun stream too. I keep saying that, but anyway, at least I have everything burns now, so that's pretty good. Now Eris can feel like a proper edgelord. Love that for her. So anyway, I just wanted to brag about that, and also specifically brag about it to spite Miri, who I was playing with at the time we were in raid together. And I got the orchestra role and she didn't, so yeah. Anyway, Miri, I'm gonna go say hi to your wife. They said, well, for one of us. You just step on me later? My back needs it? Oh, damn. Wait, no. No, I don't want to go that way. This way. Azim's Step was a cool location. They really cooked with this one. Super exhausted day after babysitting my niece? Damn. Well, I hope you had fun at least. Perhaps. And it's a cool place. You're gay! Anyway, hi, Sadu. Love that every conversation with Sadu is just, yo, Magni sucks. He's awful. Love that. Love that. She should keep that up. Keep up that vibe. I have not been in the Azim Steppe for like a hot minute. Oh right, there's these guys down here. I forgot about that. We've got like the paint and stuff, yeah. Yes, very maxless today. I don't know if you saw my announcement on Discord Storm, but Ashley is feeling under the weather. So I'm in 14 instead. Yippee! We're doing this. You know this. I understand you went to the moon. Are there any maidens there? Yeah, he would think that, the twerp. Alright, speaking of twerps. Actually, wait, where's the twerp? Oh, there he is. The moonless, maidenless man. Oh, hey, look, I am gonna go see your other wife. Gasp. Eris, once more, I've had to consult you on festival matters. Issues of dire import. Stay right there. Speak, 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 speak. Speak, 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 speak. The parade was most delightful. So fun it was almost scary, yes, yes. I prayed with such enthusiasm that I eventually lost all sense of time and awareness of day and night. That's when I came forward and I was unconscious. Yes. And I don't think that is how that works, no. Just imagine the shock when I saw my greatest grandsire performing once again. That is when I realized I was asleep. Dreaming, yes, yes. And now we must endure several sentences worth of warnings regarding the inevitable annihilation of the Namazu, correct? Entirely lacking in plot development, each iteration of the story no different than the last. If it is a work of fiction, I would have hurled it into the nearest river. However, never shall it be claimed that Sugetsu the Enlightened lacks foresight. Having observed these events repeat themselves once, I naturally am prepared for another instance. Now, the festivals are culture made manifest and posted in The Rise and Fall of Civilization, Volume 4, Culture Spreads. Cultural knowledge is disseminated via migration and commerce, and knowledge takes root in new elements in foreign cultures. I see you moving to interject, Yoshin. Close that gaping maw for a few moments, and yes, I shall condense my conclusion to 3 sentences or fewer. Our forebears' festival took place here many hundreds of years ago. Contemporary nomads doubtless witnessed said event. They must have incorporated knowledge of it into their own cultures. Go forth, Gyoshin, pay a visit to the Zalia and learn about their traditions they keep. They may well return with a wealth of ideas as what to do with our own festival lacks. His mirrors his enthusiasm a bit much. Anyways, I'd very much like to be called upon the Zalia, but there's an issue of being skewered, of me being steamed in booze, and constantly, considerably less of you accompany me. Yes, yes? Let's start with the least likely to skewer. Introduce me the most friendly among them all, and I will acquire about their traditions. Odd. Oh no, I can't teleport that one? Ah, well. We're cultured. We are? I mean, yeah! God. Love the Azim Steppe. You know, it kind of bums me out. And like, I get why. This is not like meant to be like a super serious complaint. But, like, it does kind of bum me out that there's all these, like, really beautiful and awesome zones that, like, we kind of just abandon. You know, like, we never really come back to. Sure, there are some that maybe you'll visit with some, like, allied society quest stuff, and, like, that's kind of cool. Or maybe there's, like, some that, like, get brought up in, like, a later thing, but, like, generally speaking, we kind of just abandoned them. All this beauty of this place is kind of just gonna be here. And that's it. There's some weird pillars over there. Why are we saying these catfish again? Because the wool doesn't have to say no. Honestly, I think for Eris at the very least, I think Eris, Eris is being bribed with the potential of a party, and that means alcohol, and she is easily bribed with alcohol. Easily, in fact. Who says? But I think that's a cool note. Yeah, I've got a car. Eris be driving. I feel quite awkward. Almost nervous at this lady's gap-wrapped gaze. Could it be love? No, buddy. Or yellow, but what's use with such enthusiasm? That fish food. I nearly tasted it. I love her. Mary, your wife, is great. I love her. Oh, Iris, what can I do for you? I'm like, hey, so, culture? Is that so? Oh, I'd be glad to speak with you about our festival traditions, if you believe such knowledge might be of use to you. In our tribe, children of a certain age participate in ceremonial race through the grasslands on horseback. For nomadic people such as ourselves, horses are not only vital to our mobility and livelihood, but they are like family. We tend to these dear companions with the utmost care. Feed these horses and the skill of the old children who guide them. These are what we offer to the gods. How we show our gratitude for the richness of the land we are so blessed to live upon. I would never have expected a festival to take the form of a horse race. No, no. But most intriguing. Thank you all for your insight. You are also acquainted with the Oraner, yes? Yes, yes, to the Dawn Throne. She waves. I love that she's just like, catfish booze. Oh, hey! She is a bit of a foodie, yes. Such a delicious looking fellow. Why are they all so plump? Serena's gonna eat this guy! That's okay. Can't really blame him. I wish somebody like Eris carried me. Yeah, that's an understandable thought for you to have. I think most sane people do. Get him, Serena. Cook him. Let her cook. Do not eat the Namazu unless. Bro, are you still even allowed to sit on the throne? Like, are you still, like, allowed to be here? I feel rather unsettled, quite put off by the towering man's gaze. I hope he ate recently. Come to pay me your respects, have you? I hope you're not so foolish as to have brought a bloated creature as a gift. You believe that I can be of service to you? Oh, I suppose I can spare a few moments to enlighten you. Though I do not expect you to comprehend the splendor and significance of the Oraniri tradition. The Oranir's most sacred custom is a tournament in which we determine who amongst us is the most and least worthy to lead. A contest which pits brother against brother in the traditional art of Azam Book. In this way, we demonstrate our strength to the tribe and to Father Azam. For the opportunity to arise, Kagan, I expect you to conduct yourself well in the tournament. The malformed fishman, however, will be put flat on his back in the space of a foot. Why, I never. That is the sort of conduct that will win you no friends, nor bring you any luck with the ladies. Amazing. I suppose you did divulge a tradition of some interest, so I'm grateful to you. A little. Not really. Oh my. Oh, he got up. Yes, yes. Hi, Crystal. I would like to speak to the North Owl before we return. It goes without saying that you must be there to prevent my untoward consumption of my flesh. Yes, yes. Luck with the ladies? Pah! What does a fisherman know about such matters? Nothing. Nothing at all. Tell me, were there any women folk there? Oh my god, he does ask about women on the moon! Oh my god. I really love Magni being like an absolute blowhard in Stormblood, and then immediately transitions into being just the biggest goober they have, the most single man alive. Like, they really cooked with that idea, honestly. They're like, oh, this guy was kind of an asshole. How do we make, like, a kind of misogynistic bully, you know, tolerable to be on screen? What if we just make him a big loser? And make him chronically single, more chronically single than he was. No, Magni, the Loffords have no gender, so there are no women folk on the moon. Wait, cosmic exploration! Magni, no! He would truly, he would go to the moon for that. Okay, Sadhu, please don't eat this guy. Actually, maybe eat this guy. This is Kuncholo yours. Oh. Shoot, I wanted to talk to Yosen about that. Vexes me so. I see. So there are those who claim the Dohoro Ilo for this festival, and they seek knowledge of our traditions for this end. Very well, there are no threats, so there's no risk. The Rathal are warriors and hunters both. Those born in this world could not survive otherwise. Thus we do archery demonstrate the Dusk Mother, and we are worthy of her legacy. And there's arrows at distant targets and a contest of truest aim. That is our tradition. Simple as it. Festival at game, how interesting. This has been most illuminating, yes, yes. I think it is enough for mortal peril for one day. We have sufficient information to get started, so let's return to the Doryo-yo. Hello? Yilo. Over the host of Kunchuli. The wonders never cease. She's calling him like a tasty treat, isn't she? Take him to Ultima Thule. Oh my god, Magne Exer Fic incoming? So true. That is a good idea. Thank you so much for the 5 months. You know 3 + 2 = 5. That's kind of poggers. Thank you. Yeah, he should make out, like, Magni should make out with one of the Omicrons. Ah, this is the next part we're going to improve. Tactics in my flesh. I'm pleased to see you. Oh, yes, yes. What did you learn? Many, many things. Between horse races as a book and archery, the Zalius festivals are most competitive, quite fierce. Unsurprising, given the nature of the Nadam. Without structured competitions, I dare say the Zali would struggle to contain their base aggressive instinct. Their savagery would doubtless drive them to extinction, be it through internal or external conflicts. I should like to indulge in the further anthropological research, but I suppose your findings are sufficient for us to proceed. In essence, it seems that successful festivals often involve engaging activities. We will require many if we are to entertain all 777 participants. Yes, it will be quite the undertaking. A massive task requiring the division of labor, but the Giori handles horse race, and you host a book tournament, and myself and Eris arrange an archery, and we will have 3 whole activities for attendants to enjoy. As you wish. Though I am loath to deprive you of my insight, I must work from the pavilion for full access to research materials, so I'm to learn the rules of Azam book in their entirety. But as you all think twice or thrice about any ideas you may have in my absence, especially you, Goshen. Winks. Rude. Anyway, if you catch the arrowhead snail and Dorthal Ka, I can craft arrowheads. Perhaps even safely. Yes, I recommend you attract one with salmon roe. Everyone loves salmon roe. Simply turn what you want over to me when finished, and I will complete the project more swiftly, with promise. Yes. She calls them Kunchulu, which are stone guardians she uses and you see around the steppe. Oh, more broadly, I think she thinks he's some sort of mammoth or minion. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Because she summons those guardians when she does Meteor. Or when she wants to pelt us with lasers, or that. An arrowhead snail. Laboring under the delusion that Yoshin is some sort of small round Kunchulu speaks the Trithals custom archery. That's funny. Though the growling of her stomach is somewhat distracting. That's funny. I love the descriptions for these. They're so good. Where is this? Wait, Dorthal. Oh my god, I'm silly. Dorthal cut. There it is. Yep. Okay. I'm actually pretty close. Oh. Close-ish. I'll have to take a walk and make dinner. I'll try not to kill the fish people. No, I like that Serena is more of a threat to the fish people because she's hungry. And Sadhu is like, why do you have a little... Why is there a little statue? No, statue. Mammoth creature. What? Why do you have a little clay creature with you? She's more confused by him than anything. Why do you have that? Why is it staring at me? The bait I'm using may not be suited for this location? Uh-oh. Maybe... Let me open my little tackle box here. Try this. Not sure that's working either. Well, lure doesn't work. That doesn't work. Surely, well, the Namazu might have somebody I can buy bait from. Weird. It normally work. The festival vendor, that's the mender. Salmon Roe. He did say Salmon Roe, to be fair, and I completely ignored that. I just kind of wasn't paying attention. Slash, I forget that the game is actually good enough to just tell you in the dialogue, like, what you need to bring. Whoopsie. Oh well. Alright, Sadu, I'm back, and I'm gonna steal some of your snails. Oh, come on. There we go. Aha! Arrowhead snail. Excellent. Which actually, there's a merchant and mender right over here. Yep, okay. I didn't need to go back at all. Well, don't I feel silly? Bleh. Chat, brisket nachos or chicken wings? Ooh, I am a fan of chicken wings. I do love me some chicken wings. Oh, Wilbur! Well, hello! How's it going? What were you up to? I tragically am saving, these little cretins. Hi, hello. Second last, thank you for the follow. I super appreciate it. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Thanks for the rate. I super appreciate it. For those that don't know me, how many of us Sammy, Zumi. Call me into the above, stream as well. How to become advised me sleep over here. I mostly play games critically, analytically, and sillily. And today I am playing Final Fantasy XIV. I was supposed to be playing Metal Gear Solid 2, but my partner in crime is feeling under the weather. So this is sort of our emergency replacement stream, which involves me saving some very silly catfish. Yes, yes. Anyway, how are you guys? How's it going? What were you up to? I see you were yapping and chatting. Giant list of games I've played? Hell yeah. Your handler, maybe? She's not my handler. She might be my handler. I don't want to think about that too hard. 4 hours naming 267 games Will has played. So we were having a normal one. Oh, okay. Also, hi, Social Psych. 343 games on my backlog? Oh, so 343 games you haven't played, but you've played 267. Can't believe Sammy's a mecha pilot. If I'm a mecha pilot and Ashley's my handler... Sorry, I passed out a little bit there. We all watched her play Whirlit. Sure, I did do the Whirlit quest. There's a mech there. No, that's total. Backlog is like letterboxed-ish. Okay. It's like letterbox for games. Okay, okay. God, you know, honestly, that wouldn't be a bad idea for me to do that. Friend catalog of everything and when I rate all of them. Out of 5, so the rating is totally useless. Nice! I hate out of 5 ratings. I hate 5 stars. They're terrible. Horrible rating system. It's just for vibes. Hell yeah. That's cool. Might write that down, actually. Backlogged. That would be kind of cool to have, just for sake of mine. Can I send you a link to mine? Yeah, sure. But please do it on Discord. I would not mind. Mm-mm. 5 out of vibes. Hell yeah. It has half a star thing, so it's actually 10. It's actually 10 out of 10 pretending to be 5. I hate that! No! Just make it a 10 out of 10 scale. God. Well, I hope you all had fun. I want yes, neutral, no. Oh my god. That reaction, 4.5 out of 5 stars! Ah! I am the Joker now? God! Like, seriously, like, okay. Look. Look. Okay. Rating systems are supposed to have purpose to them. Rating systems need actual purpose to them. Otherwise, if they don't have any purpose, then why are you even bothering to rate something? I mean, you can rate something to kind of keep a recollection of its experiences inside of your head for your own recollection, but if you're like publishing that somewhere and discussing with people and you're giving it a rating, the only real reason you could be giving it a rating is so that you can communicate to people exactly what and how you felt about the game in a general sense, right? Did you really like it? Maybe it's like a 9 out of 10 kind of game. You know, that's the point of it. That's the point of the ratings, is to communicate, like, what you think of the game. Is it good? Is it bad? Where does it stand? And if you have a bad rating system, like fucking 5 stars, you can only really say good, or bad. That's all you can really say, which at that point, why do you even have a rating system? You might as well just have a 1 out of 10 rating scale, but even we can't even do a 1 out of 10 rating scale because people ruined it. Because everyone did like a 7 out of 10 is bad somehow. I said Claire Obscure was like a 7 out of 10 game and people flamed me for it. But it's a really good game. It just Anyway, so yeah, how are you guys? Good? Cool. Awesome. That's my rant for the day. Yeah. Also, I agree with all of you. It is a personal pet peeve when people rate stuff. I give that rant an out of 10. Thank you. I used to drive Uber and I hated how every ride had to be 5 stars. Yeah, that sucks, right? Like, that does suck. You should be allowed to, like, rate things. Like, if everything is supposed to be 5 stars or 10 out of 10, then what's the point of a rating system, right? Give it a like or a dislike button. right? Pull a YouTube at that point. Was it good or was it bad? There's no point in rating it. You know. 0 out of 1. Why bother? Literally. And like, that's why it's so upsetting for me to be like, yeah, I think Clair Obscure is like a 7 out of 10 game. And the people get mad about it. And I'm like, no, that means it's a great game. 5 is average, right? 7 means it's a great game. There's just like some things I didn't like about like XYZ parts of it or something, right? Meanwhile, there's like other games where I'm like, yeah, this game I kind of can't complain about. They're like everything about this game I like. Like, I don't know, like Persona 3, right? That's like kind of a 10 out of 10 game for me. So it's like, you know, like you can't like, the whole point of the rating system is to like provide context for like your thoughts and feelings on something. But like, ratings have turned, I'm gonna start ranting again. I have to stop. I have to stop. I gotta work in a script. I absolutely like the names of time is great. 77 is one of my favorite ally societies. 777 is pretty cool. They're alright. They stinky little fish people. Stinky little fish people. Right, I was hoping we get another rant for free. Shh! Please continue. No! She wouldn't say my game was at least 8.5 out of 10. We now flame her and say her opinions and taste on video games are bad. Anyway, I set the points, streamer. Shut up. Okay, fine. You spent the points. You'll get a little bit more out of me, and then I'm done. Anyway, it's annoying because like the whole point of rating systems is just to give context for, again, how you feel about a game, or how good you feel a game is, how bad you feel a game is. And when we rob those systems of their context, then they lose meaning entirely. That's why I said you might as well just have like a like or a dislike button at that point. Either you liked the game or you didn't like the game, because why go through the process of trying to exposit any kind of further details on it? Because you're going to cause issues with how people interpret whatever your rating is meant to be, because they can't interpret it correctly, because over the years, we've just completely abused the rating systems. Looking at you, IGN. But you can see that with like how they rate games all the time, like especially like growing up and even now where it's like, you know, if a game gets like a 7 out of 10 on like IGN or Game Informer, whatever rating system you want to use, Polygon, right? Like whatever website, you know, the people are like, oh my god, it must have been a bad game, because nobody gets a 5 out of 10 rating. Nobody gets a 4 out of 10 rating. I don't think I've ever seen like a 1 out of 10 rating happen. When, really, are there that many games that deserve a 1 out of 10? Probably not, but maybe that Gollum game does. I maybe think of a handful of games that are truly bad, which on that topic too, you should play a couple of bad video games every once in a while. It's good for the soul. Then you can understand what a real bad video game is. Center yourself. Anyways, that's the rest of my rant. Super Rant 64? Yeah, maybe. We have seen a 0.5 out of 5 today from Will. Oh, what was that? I'm curious. Concord deserves a 1 out of 10. Maybe even a 0 out of 10. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I never played it, though, so, you know, far be it for me to judge it. Anyway, that is the rest. That is the rest of the rant. You got a minute extension. I spent way too much time thinking about this, but if I were to set money on fire by owning a restaurant, I'd institute a rating system for servers, and for at least the first month, ratings would have no bearing on decisions, just collecting data. Then there'd be extensive training not to induce higher ratings. Extensive training to not induce higher ratings? What? Mini masters for opening battle pass screen on escape press. Oh. Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty abominable, actually. With the shot menu on the escape key, yeah, that's malevolent. Actually, that is evil. That is an evil decision. I feel like something it's a 1 out of 10 needs to be for ideological reasons. Shitty wizard game and predatory gacha are literally non-functional. I agree with you, Snacken. Like, I think if your game works and it's not like if your game works and it's just kind of like boring, you're probably gonna get like a 4 out of 10, right? At the worst, right? Like at the worst. I feel like when you start to get like lower than that is when you run into like actual serious issues with the game, either it not functioning, right? Because there are games like that, games that just don't work, and it's like, well, the game doesn't work. You know, pretty low rating. Or yeah, games that are like really predatory or have some kind of serious controversy around them that makes them like kind of abominable to interact with. You need to be actively evil to get the 1 out of 10. I mean, maybe, yeah. Serves frame the rating system as let us know how we're doing, not please give me 5 stars. Actually, social, I like that. That's good. That's good. I feel like that would potentially be helpful. I hope so. Those arrows require more pieces than I expected. Yes, yes. I'm pleased to have such a challenge. There you go. Oh. Thank you, thank you. I can grab a suitable ceremonial bow and arrows with this. I also have something to show you. I've constructed it while I was awaiting your return. I thought you already said you constructed it, punk. Oh. Most sturdy yet intricate target which to aim. You love it, yes, yes? Your craftsmanship is impressive as always, yes, yes, but it should not stand up. Should it not stand up? Oh. I suppose I was absorbed in the design and completely, utterly forgot to make a stand, yes, yes. Yoshi, has ever occurred to you that your difficulties are of your own making? Honestly, it would be more efficient to employ you to hold the target. I do not trust your motive for making this suggestion. No, no. I assure you that your concern is unfounded, but we need to assign the infallible Eris to the role of markswoman for you to emerge uninjured. Yes, yes, I dare say. Slaps her titty in triumph. Assume your positions. Eris, you may collect the ceremonial bow and arrows from the Gori behind the pavilion. Eris can shoot a bow. Andrus, what was the single game that you gave a 0 out of 10? I'm kind of curious. What one warranted that low of a rating? But a kosher cooperatively owned restaurant bar. That would be nice. Kind of cool, honestly. Back here, I didn't even know there was like a building back here. Interesting. Care not to hit me. Yes, yes. Do you promise? Do you swear? Over here at Yoshin's carelessness. Yes, yes. He's most full of cares now. Use a ceremonial bow and arrow to take aim at the target Yoshin holds and fire away. Your aim is dead on. Impeccable. Can I leave now? That's funny. No goals of mine. Still, I'm quite confident and prepared for a host of archery contests like the frightening Dorthala lady described. Attendees will be delighted with the complete and total accuracy of the reproduction. Yes, yes. Now let's see if the other two activities are ready. Bum ba dum bum. Oh. Horsies. Is he on the horse like that? I decided the Namas you successfully incorporated Zayla traditions of the festival. Horse racing, acid buck, and archery competitions now open for attendance. Look at these guys wiggle with their butts. In 7 years, the Namazu were fated to become the primary source of sustenance for starving Zalia, who would face food shortage after a fierce cold snap. Many would have died. God, that's grim. However, continuous practice of nomadic festival traditions over the course of 7 years will promote mutual understanding between the Namazu and the Zalia, averting the slaughter. Okay. Most of all, the Namazu will be spared a grievous tragedy that could have consumed them, and their fate continues to change for the better. Alright, okay. Very dark that the Zalia, eat them, I guess? No Namazu may wield a bow without supervision. Amazing. They got this guy to, like, just chill. Tell me more how you fractured that man's skull. Actually really funny. I almost made it up onto the horse today. They're so silly. Yeah, you promote mutual understanding between the tribes and the Namazu so they don't think to eat them when a cold snap happens. God damn, alright, you know, poor little fish guys. Did they add more banners up there? I know there were banners before, but I feel like some of these are new. That's new. I know, that much is new. That was the little broken down house I saw. Huh. Over here, yes, yes. Little goobers. Huh. Man, this is looking real pretty. Love me a good pretty place. Yole dance? I don't have the Yole dance. How do you use a bow without fingers? That's a great question. Oh, it's this one. Okay. Actually, this is a good Eris dance. Let's remove you and put you in. There we go. It's the old dance. Anyway, I did actually get a new cool emote that Miri showed me last night. Eris the bartender. She's so hot, Chad. She's so hot. God damn. I really made my perfect woman with her. She works at a bar. Sorry, fixated on biceps. Yeah, same. She is the perfect woman. I love her. Okay, anyway, enough admiring my warrior play. I'm gonna get horny again. Okay. Well, that was fun. You guys want to finish the Botanist Quest while we're in Stormblood? We got Botanist Quest to do. We also have Fisher Quest to do. Fisher and Botanist Quest to do. Do you have any thoughts? I guess we have Aetheryte quests too for, what's the... Different... Oracle Pacha needs this Aether Current. I forgot this existed. Needs the Aether Current quest stuff done. It probably wouldn't hurt to finish the botanist stuff off. Well, I guess are there still those like quests for... No, there are still those quests. They still do quests for the X packs. I'm pretty sure, at least. So, maybe I'm not as close to finishing as I thought I was. It's probably fine, though. Let's go down here. Huh. Machu. Be like the role quests, but there are quests. Yeah, I mean those are quests. But they're like category quests, right? They're like role adjacent. Yeah. Okay. They're like their own version of the role quests, but like there's like a gather. Are the crafter and gatherer ones combined, or is there a gatherer one and a crafter one? I think it's a gatherer and a crafter one, isn't there? Because people made it sound like I have to do the crafters. There's a bot. Oh no, there's grouping. They group them together. Okay. So botanist and miner are grouped together. Who's Fisher grouped up with then? Is it culinarian maybe? Oh, kind of makes sense. But she's the only one that's solo. Oh, interesting. It's on its own. I'm learning so much lore. Okay. Huh. two different clusters, like Goldsmith and Blacksmith are together in Dawn Trail. I mean, that makes sense, that the two smiths are together. The 3 metalworkers are also a group. Yeah, okay. Oh, I accidentally turned the volume up. The crafter groups are blacksmith, armor, goldsmith. Yep, the smiths are together. Carpenter, leatherworker, weaver. Yep, okay, textiles. And then alchemist, culinarian. Alchemist, culinarian is an odd one to put together, but interesting. The custard kitty I've heard so much about. Rothgar make tubby custard. Okay, so if I were... So in theory, chat, the ideal way for me to, like, level up my crafters would be to have, like, a culinarian or an alchemist, right? Like let's say culinarian, just because it's 39, right? It's high enough up. Like a weaver, and then, like, a goldsmith. That would be ideal. Is that it? They both involve cooking of a sort. I guess. Because I already have Botanist for Miner, though I do want to unlock Miner. I do want to do that. I love Huck. Found you my recommended, so I thought I would drop by. Well, welcome. Stop on in. We're talking about crafter quests right now before I do the Botanist quest here. He's waiting to get all the quests done, but the ideal would be just do all of them so you can share the gear. But that's so much work. Maybe. I'll think about it. Sharing the gear would be ideal, though, but then I'd have to level them all up at, like, the same kind of increments, wouldn't I? But that would minimize my gear. That would minimize my need for gear, and my inventory is crowded enough, so... Saves so much inventory space. I mean, you got me there. You're not wrong. It definitely does save inventory space. Speaking of which, so it really would be most efficient just to do all of them, like, horizontally. Damn. Well... Can I come and get your character a hug in game before I try to queue for an ARR piece of thing? Oh yeah, sure, if you want. You give Eris a hug. Well, I can't say she's friendly, but you can. Mighty looking hatchet. Yeah, it was. Hi. Oh, is it you? Hello. Oh, you're a Roth girl. Oh, cute. Hug. Kind of look like Freya a little bit with the hat and the spear. Very excited. I wish you best of luck on your gear searching. I have cheer, don't I? Oh no, wait, I can just there we go. Easy. Been leveling everything to 80 and just being able to scrap everything I've out level on associate jobs is so good. Yeah, that's fair. You have so many pieces of your gear, the armor that have right X's. Don't ask. Look, chat. Let me be real with you. We know how much I've struggled with my inventory. I'm doing great right now. All things considered, I'm doing so well right now. You have to be nice to me. I'm doing so well right now. This is like leagues ahead of where I was at before. So if there's some weird shit in my inventory, you don't see it. I'll get to it eventually. Able to just keep a set of gear for each gear category is my biggest motivation for keeping everything at the level cap. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, that's fair. When everything through to 80, just being able to scrap everything. Yeah, okay, wait, I read that one. Yeah. Yeah. That's not a bad idea. You know, like, we've talked about this before, where, like, one of the things that kept me from playing 14 in the past was being overwhelmed by inventory. And that is absolutely a big part of the reason why crafters are so intimidating and scary and I don't like them, is because they also overwhelm my inventory. See the current graveyard that is my saddlebags. Right, this is a wasteland of nightmares. But I need to get through it eventually, and I want to try, but it's going to involve me having to, like, get through and organize stuff, which, thanks to my neurological condition that I cannot help, makes me feel really bad. So, when we do go through these crafters, you guys have to be nice to me. You have to be nice to me. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try my best. But, you know, it is kind of the main reason I didn't like crafting to begin with. And that's why I kind of want to give it another shot, because I feel like I am more aware of the problem. So, like 6-7, you know? Is that what the kids say these days? Something like that. Anyways. We have Botanist Quests to do. Important. Never meet your heroes. Ah, Eris, it's nice to see you once again. There's actually something I've been meaning to ask you. Familiar with a place named Idleshire? I love Idleshire! Absolutely! Love that place. Man and Goblin coexist in harmony, you say? Fascinating. We've received a request from someone there for our services. I'm at a loss whether or not to accept. However, my words have cleared a fragment of doubt with that once dwelled in my mind. In my mind. I have heard those articles the Raven inspired a great number of would-be botanists to pick up the hatchet. While I am grateful for their help, I do have a little cause to do any work myself, and I do worry that I've become rusty as a result. Eris, would I trouble you to accompany me on this job? All the previous work in the Sea of Clouds with dedication, I would certainly feel much more assured working in unfamiliar territory with you by my side. What say you? I love Idleshire. Right up down, that's excitement. It's been quite some time since I had the chance to study a new area's flora. Let's make way to Idleshire. An appeal of aid coming from a lady named Egan. She bid we visit her at Greenhill Mudflats. Should we be able to help? Love the Stormbred jingle. I like your Roshi is gorgeous. Thank you. Eris is so pretty. I love her. I literally, I hold her. I admire her. I go, wow. Let's go here. Oh, hey. You're here. Nice. Hell yeah. I forgot the sage stuff was in Idleshire, like the general area. You know, a good excuse to reuse quest stuff Oh, there's you guys. Okay. I forgot about you too. I need to unlock Viper and Pictomancer too. That's something I need to do. Yeah, maybe we'll do that soon, maybe. I do want to unlock those two classes. Would be good. How much that? Extra was nice, but sort of a significant amount of inventory space on a scale of like 15 to 20 slots instead of like 30 to 40. You know, Cosmic Expo is very good about not overwhelming your inventory. I appreciate that. The outfit you saw me when I came with is my Freya Crescent from FF Dying Glam for my Dragoon. Hell yeah. I love a good Freya glam. Freya was like my favorite character, and possibly second favorite. I did like Echo a lot too. So hell yeah. But your Rothgal is very pretty. Well met, I'm assuming you're sent by the Botanist Guild? Wait, you wouldn't happen to be Eris Sayhammer, would you? By the 12, it is you! I read all about your valiantly defied the Holy See, proving that Geshl Greens, thought to be a native Ishgard, actually hail from the Near East. Oh, I feel tingly just recalling your bravery. Truly are an inspiration to botanists of the realm over. Eris, oh, how lucky I am that Nafika should see fit to bless me with the most precious moment of my life. My apologies, this is all just so emotional. I can't believe any of it is truly happening. Perhaps if I were to get your signature, I would have proved that. No, snap out of it, Edith. Remember what happened last time you were overly forward? Now, where was I? Yes, thank you for, making the journey. I must admit, I've been expecting a party of two. I see. Admittedly a rather orthodox approach, but the botanist technique stands up to close inspection. I mean, it's a bit excitable. She crouched. And it is precisely this fact that has me perplexed. Based on the evidence, I would say a botanist looking after this area is has as good of an understanding of nature as anyone in our guild. Why should they want our help? Oh, hello, I didn't see you there. Would you happen to be a friend of Eris's? Thrilled to meet you. To address your query, our problem here has been more with the quantity than quality. Quantity? Considering Idashire's size, I would not imagine you should struggle to meet demand as things currently stand. No, that's not quite what I meant. As you say, there are more than enough here to supply Idleshire. The real issue is that we wish to branch out and trade with other cities. I suppose actually concerns with quantity and quality now that I think about it. You see, we created the Green Hub Montplace using the seeds of specially cultivated crops made by Charlene botanists. There's only so much an absolute novice as myself can achieve. I am clueless as to how to better the quality of these crops. Oh, well, I do understand your plight. It would be I would be less inclined to refer to the creator of Montplace as an absolute novice. Do you not think you are being somewhat overly humble? Oh, no, not at all. I'm self-taught after all. I mean, how could anything but a novice when I was taught by one? I mean, my work could never be compared to that of an officially recognized botanist such as yourselves. I've been attempting to cultivate a new kind of crop that could be used for a trade, but alas, I am as green as the mudplots themselves. Nothing I try seems to succeed. And that is why you sought our help. Well, I, for one, am inclined to grant you our aid. What say you, Eris? Are you of similar mind? Nod. Are you sure? You're not just taking pity on me, are you? Frankly, even if you are, I shall accept it. Thank you both so much. This brings to mind the time when we found ourselves in Corvus, does it not? As I've always said, the botanist's calling is not to control nature, but rather to accept it, nurture it, so we may mutually benefit from one another. I say it's been quite some time since anything got me this eager. I've already collected a sample of the soil and should be quite like to take it back to the guild. It's time we set about formulating a plan of action. I did like that she fangirled over Eris there. That's really funny. And I imagine, you know, she's like, oh, can I get, like, oh my god, you're so cool, you're so awesome, blah, blah, blah. And Eris is like, oh, no, she's a warrior. Like, just, like the way that you, like, introduce the Geshl Greens, it'll help to, like, prove they should Holy See wrong. Like, Oh, yeah, yeah, no, that was me. That was, you don't know me from anything else, do you? No, just that? Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, no, you can have my autograph. I am just a botanist. That's all I am. Hey, Larry. This quest is how I learned that Idleshire is twice the size I thought it was. Do you mean with, like the back area here? Idleshire is a pretty good-sized zone, honestly. Not as big as Solution 9, but, you know, few places are. I didn't know it had a back. Oh! Oh. Did you know you can, one of my favorite little Idleshire secrets, because I've explored this place, like, top to bottom, right? You can actually go back here. Got a really pretty view. Yeah, you can like walk through this whole area back here. Some gobbies. This is a good AFK spot that I do sometimes. Behold the PS3 mountains. Honestly, they don't look terrible. I've seen worse backgrounds. This really is my favorite zone in the whole game, though. Like, look at that. Isn't that pretty? Idleshire is my favorite zone. Is full stop my favorite zone. I don't think anything is going to beat it either. Love this place. Oh, I can get up the ladder. Yeah, it is really fun to see all the gobby tech, like, smacked together with the Charlian stuff. It's a really fun fusion. So pretty. I love this place. Dagobby zone. It's wild to think that it was like built up over the patches and stuff too. Built up as a great comfort. Although I'd like to know, just who is your knowledgeable companion? Oh no, she doesn't know her. What? The first botanist herself, Fucha? Good heavens, to think that she would even lend me an ear to my petty problems. I am not worthy. Well, my apologies. I have a habit of getting caught up in my own little world sometimes. At any rate, with you two by my side, I cannot see how we could possibly fail, and if we somehow do, then I will undoubtedly be entirely my fault. Actually, before you go, would you mind if I asked you something else? Are you the same adventure who helped the treasure hunters gain access to St. McKeon's Arboretum? It's true, actually, yeah. I knew it! Sonny himself forgave me the stories of bravery, yet my sincerest thanks. Without your help, we never could have created the mud plots. Noticeably improved our food supply situation in Idleshire. Sonny really sums up our gratitude best when he refers to you as Saint Eris. It's a shame that I'm so bloody useless, really. Never stood a chance cultivating anything worthwhile with just me involved. I suppose that's everything for now. I just decided to wait for word from Fucha instead of making any rash decisions on my own. Chat. I miss Stormblood. Yo! This is my oh my god, this is literally my Mechanist outfit. leather glove. It's got the chaps. Holy shit, huh? I don't remember there being skin there, though. Well, there is. Now you know what expansion it's from. True. And this is literally my Mechanist outfit, because she's a cowgirl, baby. Don't ask what my item level is on this outfit, but it's fine. I thought you were wearing the level 1 all-class version from Eureka. I don't know it was from Eureka. Huh, interesting. Must be, but oh well. I mean, I definitely don't need it now, because I can just glam it anytime I want. Alright, help from her botanical hero. Eris, Eris! I have long last received word from Fucha. Ah, just uttering her name gives me such joy. She is a fangirl, damn. It's hardly a time for a place for me to belong for her exquisite company. That's what every other waking moment is for. No, we need to get to Gridani so we actually enjoy her have her brief us on how to best proceed. This is my first trip to Gridani. I was wondering if it would be too much trouble to have you show me around. My god. Thank you, Eris. You're just so courteous, and this article has made you sound. I shall see you in Gridana shortly then. The figure tenting animation. That's their laugh, I believe. The Lalafell princess. Yeah, the laugh that they do like ha 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 ha, and they clap their hands together like that. It's very cute. Until last patch fix. What change? Well, they said the air of the lush green is truly a spiritual home of botany. What if there isn't some way I could stay here more permanently? Oh, there you go, Jade dreaming again. Honestly, Edith. Okay, let us make our way to the guild. Wait, no. Duh. Oh. Yeah, Thick, I'm curious what did replace it. You say Popoto, I say... Hope that's not about, Fafucha. That'd be rude. You know, it's from nature you've ever seen in your entire life. Perhaps speaking with Fafucha will help calm me down. I kind of doubt it, but fair enough. On her little crate. Well, let us get to the heart of the matter. I suggest we cultivate a new species of Popoto. Popoto? You mean the root vegetable used in soups and pancakes? Oh, the very same. While the Germanian hinterlands enjoy more sunshine than most regions, the soil is far from fertile. The area's mountainous terrain and cold climates also going to be hardly considered favorable. Succinctly put, it's not especially hospitable for a botanical point of view, and it should come as no surprise any crops planted there would be lacking in quality. However, that is precisely why I propose we put our faith in the study of the Popoto. Potato lore! Do you not think we struggle to sell regular Popotos? They're so ubiquitous in Eorzea, I can't hardly imagine to be interested in one grown in Dravania. That would be true if we planned on simply to grow the common Popoto. However, there's a selective breeding that we can give birth to one unique to Dravania. One that will come to represent the region. Eris, would you like to gather some wild Popotos for me? We shall plant these in the mud clouds and crossbreed them. By improving upon the Popotos we have already been able to grow in harsh conditions, we may be able to produce one of the toughest root vegetables known to man. Hey, my thanks. I suggest you try searching the East End area famed for its Popoto protection once upon a time. When they're used to cultivate the vegetable, it may be long gone, but I imagine there should still be Popotos growing in the area. Apparently stand a much higher chance of finding wild Popotos there than you would aimlessly wandering around. Shall I accompany you, Eris? I may not be able to help much with the harvesting Popotos, but I could sure use some, be of some use. Perhaps I could clean your boots every now and then? Girl, calm down! I do not seem the harm in Edith tagging along. It may even be quite the learning experience to her. East End is a relatively peaceful area, but I shall let the Order of the Twin Adder know you are coming as a precaution. Let's settle. Should go ahead and scout the area for you. Clean my boots? I love Hafucha. She's so sweet. Oh yeah, East End. She means it. Okay. Also, I do love some potato lore here because fun fact chat, which I'm sure you already know because this is not really uncommon facts. But potatoes really... Eastern Highland? God. Potatoes really are, like, pretty damn common. And really, really good, a really hearty little, veggie that you can plant. And nutritious, too, as long as you know, don't peel the skin off. The best part about them, though, my favorite potato fact, they did save Europe from him, is that is true. Because they're very hardy and versatile. But my favorite, absolute favorite potato fun fact, somebody should clean this stuff up, is, poor Alamigo. I think we should come back here and, like, I don't know, help these guys out. But my favorite potato fun fact is that, did you know that back in the day, back during the time that there was a Prussia, the good old king was like, hey, we need to circulate better, hardier forms of crops so that the people don't starve, right? And I suggest using the potato because it's very hardy, it fits the environment really well. Evil seed. What is that? It fits the environment really well. It's very hardy, and we can grow them very quickly and very well in this climate. So, we should use the potato. And then he was like, okay, so give these like to the peasants and have them plant these because this will, you know, help them not starve to death. And then the king's men were all like, no, they were like, well, okay, sure. And then they come back and were like, they didn't want them. They're like, yeah, the peasants like did not want us giving them potatoes, and they do not want to plant them, and they were really against the whole thing. So, what do we do? And the king is like, well, I mean, we can't like force them to plant the potatoes. That'd be stupid. So I propose a different idea. What I'm gonna do is we're gonna make a royal vegetable garden, a big fancy royal vegetable garden, and I'm gonna plant potatoes in it, all kinds of potatoes in it, and I'm gonna put guards in front of the royal vegetable garden so they will guard it to protect it from intruders, and then I'm gonna make sure that the guards just look the other way anytime somebody wants to steal something, and that is how we get potatoes to circulate. It worked. And it actually worked. Because as soon as the king was like, ooh, my great little potato, like, look at this fancy royal vegetable garden. Everything in here is so valuable and great and amazing. And there were guards that were up front there. And the guards were literally told, like, hey, don't make it look like you're not guarding this place, but, like, if somebody steals something, you catch them, like, make sure they outrun you, like, kind of deal. You know, if you hear something, no, you didn't. And they were told to be very, very lax in their guarding of it. And then sure enough, people were like, that's the royal garden. I want what's ever in there. That's going to be super important. Potatoes? Huh. These things must be pretty important for the king to want us to have them guarded like this. Maybe we should plant them. And that's exactly what they did. And they started planting them and were like, oh wow, these are great. And they grow like so well and they prevent famine and stuff. And the king was like, excellent. Yes, all according to plan. Which is just so fun. Eris, there you are. I heard from the soldier that this is the area where the potatoes used to be grown. Which told me I should aim to bring back 20 of them. That should be enough. And oh, don't worry about the lugging them back to Idleshire. That's my job. Kudzu root. Oh, it's one of these. Interesting. What would Eris be like if she was born in the FF10 world? The mirror! I mean, she, like, there's no Rose in that world, but if she were in that world... I mean, Surfer Girl Eris would be kinda sick. He becomes a surfer bro? I mean, honestly, maybe. Surfer Girl Eris would be kind of sick, and she does love the water, right? Remember, she is a sea wolf at heart. She does love the water. She loves the ocean. So I could see her becoming a surfer, or honestly, a blitzball player. She could still be a black mage. Like, she could still totally do that, but I'm not sure what would necessarily prompt her. Because assuming this is FF10 and, like, you know, Titus and Yuna and all those guys defeat Sin, then, you know, the world's kind of in a better place after that, so... Probably doesn't have a huge reason to be doing that? To go off adventuring. There's not really, like, a call to adventure. But Blitzball Eris, I could see that. Somewhere around here. Let me know once you've managed to gather 20. There we go. You've finished? It's like to be so skilled. Must be nice. Maybe an inadequate botanist, but I'd like to believe that I have it in me to haul 20 Puppetoes as far as the mud plots. Be sure to assist Fafucha in preparing them and be replanted as soon as I arrive. Generation before, you know? Oh, so you know Sin's still around, the pilgrimage is still happening? Oh, okay, that's an easy one. If it would have been in a generation like that, then, she was probably a guardian for a summoner, and if they succeeded, she could have been turned into Sin. Or maybe she just died. see the Doomed Yuri still follows Eris. Eris is kind of like a tragic character in many ways. You know, like Eris's like stories in general are not. Oh, look at the grapes. She's not a terribly happy character. But and one of the reasons that a lot of things go pretty poorly for her too, I guess you would say, is because Eris is also still a pretty heroic character. Despite being very sad. And if she had the ability to help improve people's lives, she would probably still do it, right? She'd probably be a guardian, right? She's probably not a summoner. Probably can't quite be a summoner. That's too much religion. But Eris could be a guardian, and I could see her being a guardian either A, they succeed, and I mean, she could be one of the guardians on the docket to become Sin, or maybe it's a different guardian who does. You know, she could go the Auron route, and then all of her friends either die, get turned into Sin, or suffer some kind of similar fate, right? Okay. I see. But like, you know, it would be something like that. Like, she could survive, but then probably her friends, her like either her fellow guardian and summoner are both dead / turned into Sin. And then at that point, maybe she like, you know, retires, teaches black magic to people, stuff like that. So you're saying she'd probably become an unsent? Possibly. Possibly, if she feels like she can still help people, maybe. Right? Kind of like something of that kind of caliber to fit FF10's world, because Eris, like, you know, like, if there is good cause for her to get out there and help people, she is going to go do so. And probably with her life on the line. We know that every summoner before Yuna, like, you know, did their best to do the final summon, turn one of their guardians into Sin, and then, you know, like, banish Sin from the world for 10 to 15 years. Like, we all know that's exactly what happened, so chances are, I mean, like, she would try to help allow that to happen. Eris is too heroic of a figure to just, like, sit by and not do anything to help, you know? But if there is no great call to adventure like that, yeah, maybe she'd just chill out and be like a cool blitzball player. Have a great time. She'd be like, sup, dude? I saw, bro. How many belts does she wear? No belts. She doesn't have any. I know, no surprise. Okay. I know, crazy. No belts allowed. Anyway, let me turn that question back on you guys, though. If you're Final Fantasy XIV Blorbo Warrior of Light, were to exist in another Final Fantasy game, which one would you want it to be? What other Final Fantasy world would you want it to be? I'm curious. Hey, we just finished preparations not months ago, now begins the hard work. Are we gonna, like, plant stuff? That's incredible. The finesse in which you planted each individual Popoto. Now I just know why Fufucha speaks of you so highly. If I'd been half as good as you, I'd die a happy botanist. There's no better opportunity for me to improve than now, with first-rate botanists monitoring me. Speaking of which, Fufucha has graciously agreed to help me crossbreed our Popotos and plant the resulting seeds. Truly, her loveliness knows no bounds. I look forward to seeing you once again once her work is done. Yippee! Oh yeah, this is the kudzu stuff. Walking for walkers. Eris, the Popatos are coming along very nicely. They're not quite there yet. Fukucha has sent word asking us to visit the guild discussing crossbreeds of further detail. Do you have the time to accompany me there once more? Fantastic. Let us rendezvous with the guild as usual. I'm keen to try making my own way there this time. My own way there this time. Bleh. Probably 16 or 6. Explain why. Probably 12. Explain why. Is it for the bun girls? Is it for the bunnies? Can't blame you if it is. Oh, nope, don't launch Final Fantasy. I misclick on the launcher. There we go. Yes, but mostly the aesthetic. Understandable. Bunny girls and aesthetic. Trouble finding my way here, yes? Don't be silly, Eris. What kind of numbskull would forget the way and get lost 7 separate times, I ask you? 7 separate times? Oh my god. This poor girl. I see you both got my message. The wild Popatos you collected have taken quite well, and the work is progressing at a healthy pace. Whenever I have successfully succeeded in harnessing the wild specimens for us, I've been unable to incorporate the element that would set our Popatos aside from the rest. I believe in you, Fukucha. If anyone's capable of making a success of this, it's you! Thank you for your faith, Edith. It's most touching. As it happens, I do indeed have an idea, and I've heard stories of Popato species known as Walker's Popato that once cultivated the lands on the island of Vilbrand. Said to be a variety that retains its shape when boiled, making it perfect for stews. Crossbreeding with existing Popatos of this variety may give us the special something we need to make ours stand out. Say no more. Eris and I shall gather the Walker's Popatos you need. You catch on quick, Edith. From what I understand, they used to be grown at the Red Rooster's stead. Try asking there if somebody can point you in the right direction. Asking people questions is one of the few things I'm good at. Let's go, Eris. I have a good feeling about this. Right, there's not an Aether right over there. That's my wool. Constantly trying to control some kind of inner dark. Not feel like you're a living creature anymore. So the monster trying to figure out what they can do with when all the fighting stops. Ooh. Ooh. I like the... Oh no, bots. I like the vibe of that, yeah. Fair. Rock catching nets. Eris flying in her doohickey. You know, I do think sometimes maybe I should play 16. Then I think other times and go, I don't know if that'd be a good idea. Sup, Ro? My ship out to Far East, those fans go mad for a good Walker's Popato. For quite some time, but wouldn't it surprise me if someone over there had gotten tired of waiting for us to resume growing them and started cultivating their own. Ah, yes. This is why we go to the Far East, then. Walker's Popatos? That's a name I have not heard in a while. I'm afraid you're far too late. We had this cultivated since the calamity. Can't say. I must admit, they were so susceptible both to disease and the cold. It was always an uphill battle. Any in storage either, in case you're getting your hopes up with the last amount long ago. Never heard anything else volunteering to grow them since. Sorry, could be any Excuse me, any help? We know your feelings on Heaven's Word. Exactly. But think of the critiquing potential. I mean, you're right, but then everyone would get mad at me. Hello there, Eris. My apologies. I wasn't good at gathering all the information after all. I suppose there's one more thing we can add to the list of jobs I can trust you with. Edith, you're okay, honey. What's that? There's a chance we might find Walker's Popoto in the Far East? Then best of luck on your journey to Kugane. Kugane. I really ought to accompany, but visiting Gridana alone was enough to put my head in a spin. I'm not sure I could handle an entirely different continent. Also, I'm good too for me to leave my darling plants on there for such a long time. But fear not. I see that everything is in place for you to plant Popotos upon your triumphant return. One thing I can appreciate about how 16 is that Clive is allowed to be emotionally vulnerable. Claire's on how 15 handled that. Yeah. Yeah, you got a point, Wolf. Yeah, I don't know. It's like... It's probably what Kaiju has said. Where I would probably... There would probably be elements of 16 I would enjoy, and there would probably be elements of 16 I really don't enjoy. Biggest 16 head enjoyer in the server reluctantly wears badge with honor. Love to hear your thoughts on 16 and see you play it, even if I know you will tear it apart. Yeah, I mean, I know you will. I appreciate it. But like, I know there's kind of like a thing, and I feel this with the games where it's like, sorry way to put this. Like, I think I have learned a little bit that if I'm going to play a game, I'm gonna have to be honest about it, because I'm gonna struggle to not like feel my own feelings about the game, you know? And if I'm going to do that, I kind of need to pick a game that isn't gonna like piss me off too much. Because if it does piss me off too much, then like everyone just kind of gets mad at me about it. And then I kind of stop having fun. And then nobody's having fun. Like, you know what I mean? Also, I kind of get locked into a game for like, you know, 60, 80, 100 hours on a game that I maybe don't like that much. And it's like, after like going through like some of the more recent batch of games and just really having fun playing everything, it's like, well, I don't know, it's more fun to play games I enjoy. Who would have thought? Does that make sense? Like, if it's a game I'm worried is just gonna, like, kind of make me consistently upset, I kind of just, I don't know if I want to stream it. And I'm kind of worried 16 will do that to me. So, like, I don't know. You know, on one hand, it's like, I want to be able to, like, actually, like, feel my feelings and, like, have my thoughts towards a kind of game. But on the other hand, I don't want to, like, alienate people either. So it's kind of a tough place to be in. If the game is a bit more, like, you know, it's a bit different if the game has, like, maybe things I don't enjoy about it, but, like, there's still a lot of stuff to help pick it up. Like, I think I really like that, but, like, I don't know. One of the games with the following, or if people hear your critiques will retort, you just don't understand like I do, which I hate because it hurts the game, and say by that you should be in the marketing just to advertise the game poorly. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty fair. And like, honestly, it's like, I don't know how badly I want to argue with people who, like, in a situation like that. Like, if you have a really strong emotional attachment to a game, that's fine, you know? But, like, then we're just, like, I think we're just gonna make each other upset at that point. If that makes sense. But I was gonna say I've never stolen my shop. I do feel as they may have been heard to be growing on the Isari of the mainland menu. Maybe worth paying a village a visit. Well, I know where we're gonna go next then. Potato I've never stocked. Potato. Anyway, completely out of them right now as it happens. I'm not seeing my supplier in quite some time. Hikanami? I like the name of things began to get a little rough in the room, BC. And sorry. Oop. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll give 16 a play, maybe I'll give 16 a play in the future. We'll see. Have to deliberate a little bit more. And I often say the first 16 with Garuda is rough because, man, the 14 riders riding women, I have my head in my hands because it's still the 14 riders doing 14 rider things. Yeah, I've been told the whole Garuda thing would be enough to get me to stop playing the game. Like, I don't know exactly what goes down, but I've been told that exact phrase, and I'm like, man, it's pretty hard to motivate me to play it then. Ah! Heavensward 14 riders. Yup. Like, and I just gotta be real, guys. I'm just tired of that. Like, you know, again, if people like it, I mean, great. I'm sure there's great parts to it, and like, I'm sure, you know, Ben Starr does a great job. I'm sure there's, you know, some cool moments emotionally, and I'm sure Clive is a cool character, and I'm sure the combat is fun and interesting, and I'm sure there's plenty of great things about 16. But it's like, how much more misogyny can I stomach? You know? And it's like, honestly, not much. Like, the older I get, like, the less tolerance I have for it, in a way. You know? I'm not saying, like, Heavensward would have made me stop playing 14, but, like, if I had played it now, right? Like, but it probably would have made me even angrier. Just because I guess I've just gotten older as a woman, my expectations are better, perhaps. And it's just, like, it just really... It bugs me. Like, and there's so many games, or movies, or shows, or books, or other pieces of content and media and art that I can engage with that aren't like that. So, I'll just go over there instead. You know what I mean? Which, again, I'm not trying to, like, yuck someone's yum or anything, but, like, I really... I just have such a low tolerance for it. At least nowadays. Especially since I am inundated with other options. Yes, I'm Hikanami. I used to cultivate walker's potatoes a little to the north of the village, but I came to an end when my workers decided to decline in number and there weren't enough hands to help the harvest. Long since handed the field back to nature. Look, there may still be some growing in the wild of that same area. I won't have any use for them, so feel free to take anything you find. Eastern authored coastline. Oh, okay, so look around. Up here? Curious what field this guy is talking about. There ain't a lot of fields out here, my guy. Be like up here? But yeah, I'll think about it. And honestly, the main reason like I'll think about it is because I kind of do want to play every Final Fantasy game one day. I kind of have that general goal of like wanting to like play every Final Fantasy game. So like 16 is a part of that. I should go back and finish 15 though. That wouldn't hurt. Somebody who's black. I almost turned off 16 when there's this. Yep, okay. In the most incorrect way that frustrated me because there's 100 better ways to say it instead of just being like, we wanted to be accurate. There's like magical flying dragons, giant kaiju fights, accuracy is out the window. Yeah. Honestly, yeah. I fully believe that there maybe was some, like, do I not, like, have it on? Oh my god, I turned it off. Well, yeah, no wonder I'm not finding anything. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Good job, Sammy. Yep, okay, yep, there they are. Wow, easy. Holy shit, Sammy. Oh, why can't I find anything? Gee, I wonder why. I don't blame you, Kaiju, because honestly, I had the same problem. And I have the same problem anytime anyone's like, well, we wanted to be historically accurate, so we're gonna eliminate minorities from this, you know, setting of dragons and guys throwing fireballs off of their hands and, healing spells and magic and guys in armor swinging swords 8 times their size above their head, you know, like all of that shit, right? The whole fantasy realism does get a special place of hatred in my brain. Also the fact that they're usually just dead wrong. Like if you want to be like, oh, let's talk about medieval Europe. Most people were incredibly wrong about how those societies and that world historically looked or was presented. People think like, you know, the year 1100 Europe was just like only white people, which is like incredibly and grievously wrong. Super wrong. Or that like society, like all of the societies back then were like, you know, horrendous to women too. That is also wrong. Or just like any other number of things were like not accepted or not cool with, which is really just like, again, wrong and a very like, I mean, yeah, like a very like the idea of like fantasy realism honestly just kind of comes down to like white supremacy. Like that's kind of like the perception that like either purposely or accidentally ends up getting like proposed, right? Which is why, again, it's just wrong and I hate it. I believe that Yoshi P probably had no ill intent, and that maybe just worded things terribly. I would believe that. I could see that happening. I am excited for whatever Final Fantasy XVII is, though, to kind of get away from that, or at least I hope. You're delighted to see you safe and return safe and sound. Was a spinner on your side? She sure was. Here's a potato. This is a much sought after Walker's Popoto. On closer inspection, apparently it's a different hue compared to the common Popoto. Well then, all that remains is to replant them. Hardly took any time at all. Pretty much all by yourself. It would be any wonder if I shouldn't just entrust the mud class to your much more capable hands, Eris. Haha! Looks like you're enjoying yourself, Edith. Enjoying. Oh, hello, sir. Right, okay. Sonny, whatever brings you here? Oh, well, you know, I thought it'd be good of me to check on how things are going from time to time. I'm no good at no good with the hatchet, but that's for sure I'm your boss, in name at least. Ah, Eris, it's been too long. Hope you like what we did with the treasure. Must say, though, never dreamed you turned out to be a first-rate botanist. Must be one of the other secrets you're hiding from us. Don't suppose you'd happen to know a first-rate culinarian, would you? I forgot about him, too. Speaking of which, how are things coming along? Quite well, entirely thanks to Eris here, admittedly, but, you know how better than most, how useless I am? Listen, Ada, I've got no problem with a bit of humility, but you're well on your way to being your self-confidence to a bloody pulp. Have you already forgotten who just created this place? But look at how crooked some of the plants are growing, and the leaves on that tree aren't as green as they should be. Honestly, when are you gonna learn to stop being so harsh on yourself? Striving for improvement is one thing, but there's no point in comparing yourself to the best botanist in the bleeding realm. Sorry for all this. She might belong in the Botanist Guild like you, but she might not belong in the Botanist Guild like you, but she does a lot better than she dares give herself credit for. I reckon she'd give Ville veterans a good run for their money, even. Really appreciate if you gave her a little praise every now and then, only when she's deserving of it, of course. Here's hoping that picks up her spirits up a bit. Praise the girl. Oh, Bonnie. Truly is far too kind to me. I wanted as a child was someday to be a botanist. Ready to spend my entire week at home studying for that one goal, but it wasn't meant to be. My family died when I was still little, leaving me to fend for myself. It was all I could do to survive, and there's no room to drink. On the verge of giving up, I met Sonny. Gave me some life, some balance of order amongst the chaos. He allowed me to pick up the fragments of my dream and finally begin studying botany. Never thought after all that studying it would actually serve a purpose someday. But that's enough about boring old me. Seeing Sonny again for the first time in a while brought back memories of the past. Memories I'm sure you don't need to hear about. As for the work at hand, there's not a whole lot we can do until the crossbreeding is complete, so I'm sure you must be tired from your travels in the Far East. By all means, just rest and stop by again in the near future. No, I want to help you. You poor girl. So I'm excited for the Night Lesbian game over that other medieval art world was accurate game. Because man, the lesbian game's so many better than, and all I needed to hear was Jennifer English in that trailer. Real! No, yeah, the lesbian night, like the 1348 game or whatever. That I am like locked into that game, baby. Think about how more interesting you can make the setting when you open your mind to different possibilities. Sorry. No, I'm totally with you though. I really want to play that game. I'm really curious. Like I said, as somebody who like has a general interest in like history and like even like, you know, medieval history and stuff like that, and I like learning about that kind of stuff, it's just, it's really unfortunate that that area is filled with a lot of not great people. Oh, Bountiful Harvest 2! Holy shit, I finally get another ability at level 68. Eris, I know that you're expecting good news, considering my involvement, but I once again managed to make a mess of everything. First generation of cropping potato plants successfully sprouted, every single one of them withered frightfully fast. I just sounded some kind of disease, but an amateur like myself could hope to identify such a thing. Just once again summon you to the guild to discuss the latest development. I shall see you there. Gasp a skill. Blessed Harvest. Okay, Black Shroud. Ooh. Yes, you get it. You're when you're talking between the pooches right there. Oh. Come back from your journey to the Far East, Eris. I assume Edith has already informed you about our worrying predicament. Hypothesize that our first generation of crossbreed Popatos have inherited the Walker's unfortunate vulnerability to both diseases and pests. However, we've yet to pinpoint the exact cause of why they're wilted so quickly. But how can that be? Was it only the Guild able to determine the cause of our plight? As much as it vexes me, the conundrum has bested us. We, the Guild, are fundamentally nothing more than observers of nature. It's a force of which, it's all its own. Not that we try our best to understand, but kind of put to harness, nor should we. That's not to say that as all is lost. I fully intend to devote all the resources available in order to ascertain exactly what, hinders our progress, so. Hoping I could count on your help, Eris. Fresh pair of eyes may be exactly what we need to get to the bottom of this mystery. That's a good idea, Eris. Let's head back to the mud pots. I shall do my best not to get in your way. You recite Eris, but it's something we have to discover, chat. The root of all of this. The root of all of this! I still being that who loves history for all the wrong reasons. Makes it a bit harder for me to enjoy learning about it, even though I really do. Yeah. No, I understand. I'm in a similar boat. Oh. Boundary going off. I'm not quite sure how, but this is all definitely my fault. Oh, this poor girl. Right into the soil. Rocky stone. Matter, is there something in the soil? Don't tell me you discovered a problem. Stone? That's alright. The Witch would have noticed this if it were so simple. Yes, I must be mistaken. There's no way an amateur such as myself could have solved something that stumped the guild. Have some bloody confidence in yourself for once. I think I needed somebody to tell me that, and I have to say, I'm gonna keep it for you, and thanks, Eris. Ascertain the identity of chalky stones may well be the key to uncovering what's causing our Popatos to wither so quickly. However, we will first require we know we don't need enough work for a lifetime. Would you visit Stick Quix's bank box for me? Hand this over to the alchemist there named Goldbox. And she should be able to give you what you need. I wonder if it's like an egg. Okay, we'll head to the guild and ask for food for our expert opinion regarding these stones. This poor girl. White Death. That's a scary name. This way. History and mythology are so cool. I really wish the wrong people didn't make it core part of their personality. Real. Yeah. Yeah. But look, chat. Take heart. Take heart, chat. We can't give up on the things that we like this, right? Don't stop liking something because a bunch of chuds like it, okay? Keep liking stuff in spite of the chuds, because we can't surrender those types of things to the chuds, alright? Look at how things went for football. We got American football in the divorce. Never thought I'd say that. You know, that happened in the term of the political realm. But the left won sports, so that's cool. So stick to it, all right? Stick to it. We can win together. Keep enjoying the things you enjoy. Don't let chuds ruin it for you. Don't let them steal it and make it theirs. Just keep it up. If we can make American football hashtag woke, then we can make anything woke. Stick to your guns. Welcome to Stick Quick Spank Pots. What Uplander here? What brings Uplander here? Shh. Uplander would have gold cracks crafty make region? First gold cracks needs Uplander to bring seaweed known as Nanariso. Gabi needs this for region. Bring gold cracks 20 clumps in Nanariso and Gabi crafty make region. Uplander needs to visit Far East. Nanariso is only found at the bottom of Ruby Sea. Oh, okay. Cool. Body of the Ruby Sea. With the pressure on NASCAR, you know they're starting as rum runners. Yeah! Anarchy! Wait a minute. Huh, I should probably go do that, huh? Spearfishing's a thing? What the fuck? Oh? Is it down? Haha! There we go. None of these, though. Okay, well. We really have gotten a lot of mileage out of underwater breathing, blessing. In fact, we kind of keep getting mileage out of it. Also, just another weird list on, like, the Warrior Light's, weird overpowered abilities. We can just breathe underwater. Oh. Hello, Mr. Scary Guy. I don't know. Who the hell are you? Scary? Just wool things. For real. Fuck is this thing though? Found gatherer plots, but none of them have this Nanorosio? Down here. It's one of the B ranks. Harmless unless attacked. Oh. Scary B rank. Is there a super snail in here? I hate the sound of you guys moving around. I don't like that. Let's just go back. Broken ship. I mean, I'm in the area. Racing Kyoko. I need to go here? They usually don't do that in settlements, though. Yeah. Grr. Oh wait, it would be up here, wouldn't it? Pepper. Is this up? Persimmon. Okay. Acting like this doesn't exist. The hell? They're not in the log? What? How the hell do you do this quest? That would be too helpful. What? I hate the Gatherer quests. Why are they like this? What the fuck do you do then? There's no notes down here to make you suffer. Fucking apparently. Check these ones already. Nothing's there. Unless... Where is it? Well, I tried. This is why I don't do these quests. It's a timed one, isn't it? Ruby Tide Kelp. I hate it. Okay, fine. Lush vegetation. And I can use a Ruby Tide Kelp. I hate it here. Why do they make this so hard? All to get a damn skill. I have coordinates though. How worth it is the skill? Skill's alright, I guess. I mean, cheaper way to get more, like, stuff. So, cool. I feel like I have to embark upon a Sherlockian investigation just to try and find this ingredient. There it is. Yep. Get here. Better be one of the best gathering skills. Cyberpunk's the game still going? The Cyberpunk game has been put on pause so that we can focus on our Eberron game. It might return. For a while there, I didn't think it was gonna return at all, but I have heard rumblings that it might return. Damn, I'm 1 point away from it. I should not have got you, you fucking map. I just should have walked away. I should have walked away is what I should have done. So yeah, the game's not like finished or like over with technically, but it is sort of on hiatus. And we've been playing a lot of Eberron as a result, which is why there's been so much Carmine art. Chat, what if I, like, exploded into a million pieces? What would you do? What if I, like, detonated, like, a bomb? What would you do? One. There we go. Finally. Panic, probably? Yeah, that's fair. My guitar was about ready to do that. Detonate like a bomb? I fear you might need to get a new guitar. But, one relates. I'd be sad because no more Sammy, but then say she went out how she wanted, being da bomb. True! That would be a good way for Sammy to go out in, like, a huge explosion. I'd be like, my final message changed the world. I am the big bomb. I would probably panic and be sad. Yeah, that's fair. And then you guys would see all of my insides, which are pink and glittery. Kind of weird, I know. Maybe that's why I'm exploding. How's the Eberron game going? Oh, it's going super well. I absolutely love it. Level I would tour. I love playing a psychic so much, and I love being a mom. Being a mom is so funny. Since Carmine is a mom in that game, she has a daughter, and she parents so many people. So even bad guys, she mothers them. It's very funny. Good shit. Good funny shit right there. Also, it's just a really good game. I love the Eberron setting so much. It really feels like we've got like we've really forged up a good party for it too. Lots of really cool stuff. The bridge was peeling off, which meant I had to keep tightening the strings, which meant the bridge kept peeling off, and I kept doing that. It would have eventually snapped, probably taken someone's eye or tooth out. Oh. Yeah, don't do that. That would be bad. Don't explode. Don't explode your guitar. Bring gold blocks, 20 clubs of Nanariso, and Gabi crafty make the region. There you go, my little Gabi. Find an Nanariso. Gold blocks is not seen. Gabi will start crafty make a region right away. Bring it into a luthier. Okay, yeah, that's probably the right, yeah. Okay, fair enough. I empathize though, because I'm sure that probably costed money. Olux uses techniques both upland and Gabi's to make region with fastness. Region is ready for Iga. I love the anarcho commune of Gabi's here. It's great. Love me a society of Gabis. Already paid 100 for it? Yeah, I'm sorry. That does suck. I feel like we got some info on the characters, but I don't think you've told us the overarching plot of the campaign. Oh, how much do you know about, how much time do you have? How much do you know about Eberron? Eris? Everything goes smoothly at Bangpots? Bangpots, here's the region. Fantastic, we can see my silly little hypothesis holds true. Silly little hypothesis. You believe it? Did I do something wrong? How could something like that come from my mind and never turn out to be correct? Girl, chill. I see you two have already begun your tests. Have you discovered anything new? Did Iga's guess end up being correct? Nodders? The way it responded, the region doesn't leave much room for doubt. It's an eelworm, a pest that's not going to do us any favors. Tiny stone-like object that Eris found was one of its eggs. Oh, so things are just as soon as they were. But things are just as you assume they were, Edith. There is, however, one issue I still struggle to comprehend. As parasites, eelworms require a host plant to feed on. Mud plots were only created recently. Why were there eggs with such a vermin lurking in the area? According to Charlie, records Sonny's looked at, eelworms enter a state of dormancy within their mother's corpse, allowing them to survive for over a decade. More than capable of waiting for as long as necessary for a new grub to show up. Classic records also claim that they've all been exterminated. Either the Charlings have a funny definition of the word, or you're lucky enough to pick an area that was home to an eelworm corpse or two. The eggs inside which hatched and then infested the mud plots. Most unfortunate indeed. I must say, though, I've been remarkably impressed that your tremendous growth has shown you. You've come a long way, both as a person and as a botanist. I have no idea what you're talking about. After all, it was Eris that found the eelworm eggs in the first place. They still haven't come up with a solution to this pest problem. Records weren't much use regarding either. Although you'd think they'd have some kind of way of ridding themselves of the vermin if they are happy considering them exterminated. I suppose it's time we pulled our weight as well. I should look at past the eelworm infestation and try to formulate a suitable plan of action. I'll keep looking for the Charlotte records, see if I can find a solution as well. Suppose I'll give you a hand with that. I may not know much about plants, but my eyes work well enough. My apologies, Eris, but you'll need to be patient for a while as you search the permanent solution to this conundrum. Gith will let you know once we're ready to put an end to these pests once and for all. Bountiful harvest too. Yippee! Gathering meter. Ready? Yeah, that will be useful. When you get a new electric guitar and amp around 80, just hope it's the right brand. I wish you the best of luck, Serotonin. I hope you jam out some cool tunes soon. We got you for at least another 3 hours. I don't know about that. I don't know if I can talk about Eberron for 3 hours. I mean, I probably could, honestly. But I shouldn't sell myself short. What should I know about Eberron? Gestures at the box of all the 3.5 Eberron books. Okay, so a lot then. There are Warforged changelings in Magitech? Yes. And Play with Expectations of fantasy genre? Also yes. Okay, so the short and skinny on our Eberron campaign, the title is called Forged in Fear. And it's called Forged in Fear mostly because the main plot of it is that our group is brought together by Merrick's Decaneth. So if you know who Merrick's Decaneth is, he is the head of the Decaneth house within the standard plot timeline, post-war. So this is 4 years after the post-war and the standard plot. Like kind of standard plot, standard start, we're in Sharn. We're on Cardath. And Merrick's has decided that we are the people that he can blackmail or bribe together to get us to look into a matter for him. And you might say, what kind of matter? Well, the Decaneth house. What's left of the house Caneth? A third of it, if you will. Well, Caneth House are the sort of the go-to noble house for artifice. They have the Mark of Making, and they're the big artifice people, the big techie kind of people, right? And he has tasked us with finding his missing creation forge. Uh-oh! If you know anything about the lore of Eberron, that's bad, because the creation forge is essentially the artifice forge that's used to make the Warforge. You know the Warforge, those funny little robot guys. The creation forge was split into pieces and someone stole it, or parts of it were stolen. So our group is, that's the Iron Room from whence the Warforger, you know, forged, yeah. And our group is dedicated to trying to track down those pieces, find out who stole them, why they stole them, and ultimately recover the pieces. There are, I think, 5 pieces or so. We've recovered 2, I believe. Something like that. Oh, that's super bad. Yeah, it's really bad. It's really bad. Actually, it's like super bad. Are we talking about Eberron in here? We are talking about Eberron in here. That is correct. Okay, I just fixed that wall. Let me actually grab. I want to grab Eka for all of you. Carmine, my gal, my lady. Actually, wait, there's a more efficient way of doing this. Where is she? There she is. There we go. Then I can just bring you guys back up. Here we go. Cool. Anyway, there we go. But yeah, so the Creation Forge pieces have gone missing, and we've done a few things. Like, we've gone to Quickstone to track down one of the pieces, which was being held by, well, it was kidnapped by some, oh god, what were they? They were Demon Glass warriors held by a warlord that Drome had given the patented stamp steel and approval for, and we had to recover a piece from him. And that was a whole process. We've also recovered it from a shipment, a lightning rail train, like their Eberron's trains, essentially, that was being smuggled out of the city by some warforged, violent separationists who were trying to take it from us. One of them got turned into a mind flenser. That's a whole thing that happened. And then our most recent debacle, which is a pretty big one, we have discovered that there is a quarry Dreaming Dark cult within House, it's the Lord of Blades. Within House, the security one. What are they called? It's the security house. The Daneth? Daneth, I believe. Yeah, Daneth. In House Daneth, that a quarry cult has infiltrated them, who are connected to the inspired lords of Redra. Yes, right, Redra politics. And that the inspired lords now have a piece of the Creation Forge, which we believe, unfortunately, they might be the ones behind this, because the Dreaming Dark, the cult, this quarry cult that has, the inspired lords kind of, is them. They are using, they want to seemingly get enough of the Creation Forge together so they can use it to make new bodies for the quarry, so they can get flesh tube bodies whenever they want on demand, because the process of using and breeding inspired humans is time-consuming and resource-taxing. Why do that when you can just make some bodies? They're using to put the Dalcor in the bodies, aren't they? Yeah, they literally want to do that. The problem is, we have, like I said, I believe we have 2 pieces. The Lords of the Blade have another piece, and I think and then they have a piece, and then I think there's a 5th piece that we still don't know where that one is. So the Lord of Blades, the Dreaming Dark, House Cannith, House Cannith, and are all trying to get these pieces and stuff. We're all scrambling to do it. And thankfully, Merrick's has decided to be a good person after getting mothered enough by my character to apologize for blackmailing some of her friends. His goal is to ultimately get all of the pieces back together so that he can turn it over to the Parliament of Gears, which are a different Warforged, like, separationist or Warforged independent front that is a hell of a lot more peaceful, and he wants to give it to them because he believes that the Warforged should decide their own fate, and if they want to make more of them, then they have that decision in their hands. So, Merrick's actually has pretty good intentions here. The problem is, the fucking quarry are involved, which is really, really bad. Really bad, actually. So our most recent adventure actually involved going into my girl's mind, because she's a psychic. And the way she's a psychic is actually because there's a quarry in her head. His name is Ashara. He's her roomie. And Ashara is an anger quarry. That he was born out of anger, which is why he attached himself to her. But as he attached himself to her, over time, he kind of was like, wow, she's actually kind of a cool person. Like, she's actually a really nice person. She's really sweet. And instead of doing kind of the normal quarry thing where, you know, they take over the body and whatnot, he decided to not do that. And because of his presence within her brain, that's why she has psychic powers. She's basically using his powers kind of because he's living in her head. Which is honestly really sweet. And we got into her brain because we had to infiltrate the cult in Daneth, and the way to do that was to trick them into thinking that my girl, Carmine, wanted to join, which they were going to try to hollow her out a la Quarry style, except because Ashara was in there, I was able to be in there with him, and then we were able to use a relic to pull everyone else into her dream too. So then we just killed the Quarry that invaded her mind, my mind, killed some really important ones actually, like some of the higher lord tier, like Quarry. And we did it with the power of love, and I am not kidding. Because she is love. That's what she is. She is love. She is not anger. She is not fear. She is love. Which was really sweet. And that was our most recent mission, to discover what Daneth was doing and to identify where the piece had gone, which we had learned they, of course, the cult, of course, gave it to the Inspired Ones. Which is bad. Carmine is a changeling, actually, which makes her very unique, because that's normally Kalashtar shit. We're actually going to go talk to a Kalashtar, who we know did not want to talk to Carmine before, because, because of an issue where, he thought she was, like, an inspired, like a dreaming dark, like, Quarry person. An option for Baby Forge. Who doesn't want tiny, big-eyed golem toddlers? True. And if you guys want to see a picture, or several pictures of her, well, look no further, because I have many of her. I, of course, will have to show you my Blorbo. This is the pact that we have forged by you asking me about this campaign. Boop. This is what she looks like. This is Carmine, or Eka. Carmine is her stage name. Eka is her actual changeling name. She is a big, beautiful MILF who I love so much. We got some beautiful art done of her, and I've gotten a lot of gifs of her too, so I've got plenty of images to show you. Oh, hello. Maybe a bit too much. Oh. This is also her staff, too. In the game is a cigarette holder. She does have thighs, though, yes. She is a nightclub singer, is what she does as a career. She's a psychic nightclub singer. So she's a performer. Almost made her a bard, but I really like the idea of her being psychic, so she is psychic. And one thing that this doesn't have is that the mind relic we got, the psychic relic we got, is a circlet she now wears too. So she can channel the relic. So we just have like an old war relic that she just has on her head. I think it's got Yesh in it too. Tummy. There's no such thing as too much thigh in your face. True. Look at how she glistened. I think if we zoom in ever so slightly too, you can see a little bit of the scar on her, which whenever she unleashes Psyche, her head explodes. And then like her psychic dreamscape like escapes out of it, because she's like a wandering reverie or wandering dreamscape and a the dreamy reality manipulation one is hers. So it's like her dreams escape her head, and like that's what like how the magic and stuff works. It's pretty cool. Let me just do that though. And then here is art a friend made of her when she was doodling some pinups of her. There are Carmine pinups, but she's so cute. This is actually made by Lena, who does the shark stuff. She's very silly. She's very beautiful, but she's also very silly. She is a true mom. And then this is the one that this is the Carmine that Shen drew for me for Christmas, which is incredibly kind of her. So you might recognize the art style. And all of her big booby goodness. And her little purple present. Like I said, I've been getting a lot of Carmine art lately, and I am super okay. I am so okay with it. But she is so beautiful. She's my phone background right now, actually. I don't actually know if I can show you the pinups that were done of her, but they're very beautiful, and I do love them a lot. I don't think I can show you, though. You don't see any, like, naughty bits, but I can show you. And then Squirrel Curls was commissioned by Ashley for Christmas for this absolutely drop-dead gorgeous pic that was commissioned. And in the campaign, this is Ashley's character, Fortune. A cursed Cambion. And her name is Fortune. Can you share them in the Discord? Yeah, I can share them in the Discord. And yes, they are gay for each other. They are actually dating. They're middle-aged Yuri dating. They're so pretty. Also, very importantly, she has her stretch marks. Very important. She also looks like older too, which this great stuff. I'm shocked. I know, crazy, right? And there are a couple of nods to other characters within the party too. We can see, we have one of our party members is a goblin thaumaturge, Hashak, and he's like a cowboy. And this is his hat on the post. Because what happened here, this is when we were in Quickstone, actually. This is a scene where Carmine first asked, like, Fortune to dance. It was all cute. And then our other Cambion, Vivi, is a aberrant Mark assassin turned good guy. And her sword is on the wall over here. That's what like the big sword is right there. So a cute little nods to the rest of the party too. But they are so happy. Look at them. They are so cute. They are so beautiful. This is currently my PC background actually. So I've been admiring it for some time. Yeah, Mel does like crazy good art. Love her. Are you using Pathfinder rules? Yes, this is actually a Pathfinder. It's the Eberron Pathfinder conversion. We love middle-aged Yuri. Let's go, baby. Also, Fortune cares. Fortune's got a lot of trauma, but she really cares about Elle, which is Ekka's Carmine's daughter. And they've really bonded, and it's been very cute. The first time Ellie saw Fortune, she's like, "You're purple! I can be purple too! Watch!" And then shifts to be purple. Because she's she's a changeling. And also, Carmine has a big changeling family that like all kind of live together in like this big apartment building. And they're very fun. It's great. I love being a changeling. something that Carmine does for the sake of humor is she'll be like, well, I'm all ears, and then grows an ear. Then people are like, oh, don't do that. And she giggles. Because she's a big silly Billy. And then there are also some very funny memes that have been made as a result, like these two. This is Fortune's like reference art too. Which is gayer, being gay, or what I just witnessed between these two. Which I think came about when like Carmine was like, hey, we should date, and then Fortune's like, no, you don't understand, my body's cursed, and like I can never be loved, blah blah blah. And then Carmine's like, that's okay, I'll just love you anyway. And then like that sums up like a big love confession scene, but it was very sweet. Every time you and Max were lesbians with each other in another campaign, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but I'm surprised there aren't more. And there aren't enough campaigns for us to be lesbians in, you know? Also, there's this really funny one about getting invited to the Enclave cult, right, that they've got going on in Dana. Which is very funny. The other 2 down here, of course, the other party members, Vivi and Hashak, respectively. I love silly little japes. Me too. But yeah. Well, at least they're supportive. True. But yeah, I totally recommend using Pathfinder for the Pathfinder Eberron conversion if you can, because it, like, legally can't be, like, published. Because, let me tell you, Pathfinder rules and Eberron go really well together. Changelings have some dope-ass feats, too. It's really fun. But, yeah. So, I will post the pinups in Discord. I was posting those in like the D&D TTRPG chat. So, got this one. There we go. And there we go. Actually, wait. No, I should just put that... nah, I'll just leave it there. That's fine. I should have put it in art, honestly. At least they're supportive. If you need to pick up a Pathfinder 2, there's once again another sale of beginner set that is a goddamn steal. True! And 2 new classes have been announced for Pathfinder. That will likely get released in 2027. We're getting 2 more classes. Again! And they look really cool. One of them is a Monster Hunter class. Like, no, not like a Monster Hunter. I mean, like, the game Monster Hunter? Like that. So look forward to it. Wow, more classes. But, yeah, that is kind of a very brief summary of what's happening in Forged in Fear. Hence, Forged in Fear. Get it? Because the Dreaming Dark or the Fear Quarry, and Forged as in Warforged. Anyway, I love being a changeling. Being a changeling fucking rocks. Honestly, from now on, all my characters are going to be changelings or goblins. That is my new rule for life. Just kidding, I am playing a Poppet in a different Pathfinder game. That actually is also in, so we might be able to do Yuri there. We'll see. But yeah, Yuri. Power of middle-aged Yuri. Anyway, I do love my Eberron Blorbos. They are very fun. We get to play Eberron again, I think, next week? Poppet Yuri. Hell yeah, doll Yuri, baby. Anyway. But, yeah, some pretty good shit happened in that game. Gale is, of course, DMing, as all of you probably know. I could probably, like, mention some of these people, and it's like, oh, yeah, no, you probably have heard of them. And it is, very, very cool. Overall, I just really love Eberron as a setting, and I'm just really sad it's kind of been trapped in, like, D&D. Because, like, pretty sure we know all of them? Probably, because Ursa's Vivi and Finn is a shock, so probably. I keep forgetting a lot of you kind of know of a lot of my friends. Is a creature bigger than your size? It's yippee-ki-yay time. True, you're right, Braston. Actually, she's, Ashley's playing a Jotunborn, so she's huge. Anyway, size difference, Yuri. But, yeah, like, you know, say what you will, of course, about 5th edition, blah, blah, blah. I'm not really talking about 5th edition, but Wizards of the Coast has been pretty stringy on, like, Eberron content. They haven't made a lot, especially for 5th edition. They've not made a lot. And it makes me really sad, which is why I kind of wish they were out of D&D jail, because Keith Baker is based as hell. I think he's honestly a really cool guy, and he's made a really cool setting. And I wish him all the best in the world, because he's awesome. It's like happy all our content creators like collabing with each other or something crazy, I know. Big fan of character backstories in TTRPGs, like there's so much crazy shit you can do as long as it doesn't provide any mechanical effect on the start of the campaign, most GMs will allow it. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the story, of course, depends on the GM, of course, but like, it's cool to be able to make your characters like stuff, you know? Like, honestly, Carmine's backstory was fair, like, not even horrifically complex. I left it up to Gale. I had a couple of ideas for how how she would be psychic, but a big part was, like, she doesn't know exactly how she's psychic. Here are some ideas, and then Gale's like, cool, I will work with this, and it will be a bit of a surprise. Her having a quarry in her head is not necessarily what I thought it, you know, not necessarily how I thought things would go, but the fact that he's especially, like, a nice quarry, or has become a nice quarry, I think is a really cool deal, especially since, like, so much of Eka/Carmine's story is based around love, like the love for her family, the love for her child, the love for her friends, and also the love that has been denied to her too, because she has a serious, she's a kid for a reason, she's a single mother for a reason, there's a pretty bad story about her ex, and the love that she's been denied not only from, who was her partner, her ex, but also in the world, and how she's a changeling, and how they are not well liked, and how she's had difficulties with her family, and the issues that she's had in receiving the love, but the fact that, like, she continues to give out love as freely as possible is like a really big thing for her character, and that had an effect on a quarry enough to make the quarry go, yeah, actually, I would die for you. as is during the Daneth little, like, mind cult arc, right? Where Ishara was putting his life on the line to help protect Hector. Which is really, really cool, right? Oh yeah, Eberron was so heavily written for the 3E rules that it suffers under the 5E assumptions and no economy. Yeah. Yup. Sure does. And it was cool in 3rd edition, like, don't get me wrong, but, like, that's kind of, you know, where we... Honestly, even with my gripes with 3rd edition, and Pathfinder 1st edition, it really does feel like Pathfinder 2nd edition and Pathfinder in general is, like, the real successor of, like, 3rd edition. And kind of where, like, TTRPGs were at that time, it really feels like Pathfinder is the one who kind of carried that torch a little bit, which is why Eberron works so well. Crazy. My PC got a locked in syndrome for 3 years for taking revenge on a woman. I put him there, and now it's a trauma, and now he's had to deal with it over the course of the campaign. Damn, that's pretty cool. Hell yeah. I love Blorbos. I love PCs. They're so fun. I love computers. But yeah. Our Eberron crew is really cool. And I literally, in that dream episode, like I was telling you about, I literally skipped, we collectively skipped a phase of the final boss fight. We skipped the first stage because I gave such a good speech whilst crying that Gale instantly gave me two hero points and then like ended the first phase of the fight. And everyone was like, holy shit! And I'm like, I'm very good at roleplaying. So, like I said, power of love. We kicked ass with the power of love. It worked, baby. Good shit. I love when you roleplay hard enough to dent a boss. It, like, honestly, for real, it really did happen. And Gale, like I said, Gale just gave me 2 hero points right out of the boot, just like, here you go! Like, okay! Damn! And even kind of had a whole thing planned for the first stage, but was like, nah, that was so good, we're just gonna immediately skip to the second. Emotional damage. Why isn't it a type? Mental damage? Yeah, it was really, really good. I really, God, it's good shit. That Eberron campaign is so fun, honestly. I think last time I saw that was like an immigrant fae talking over the little personification of America about what she loves about it. Oh, God damn. Hell yeah. Personification of the American dream. Holy shit. Interesting. Emotional damage. Psychic. That's kind of cool, though. Personification of the American dream. Huh. Hold that thought, though. I have to pee. It is pee time. It is pee time for Sammy's. If you have any questions about Carmine, the Eberron campaign, or whatever, just let me know, though. Or if you want to mention stuff about your own PCs, feel free to. I will read them when I get back. 1, 2, 3. Be your people. Whoa, gamers, I'm back, and I've, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, hi, what's up? Ooh. I am back, gamers. I've gotten some water. Also, serotonin, not to be the, like, pushes up glasses, will and Pathfinder type of person. But Pathfinder does have rules for that sort of stuff if you want to play, like, a lower magic item kind of game. ATB, automatic bonus progression, exists for, APB, not ATB. APB, automatic bonus progression, exists for that reason. To eliminate, like, most of the necessary items out of the game. Actually, to eliminate pretty much all of the necessary items. So then any items you give players are, like, for fun, basically. But Pathfinder does, at, like, a base level, do generally require that, players get items to buff their characters. Which, I think it's pretty reasonable because I think that's cool as hell, honestly. I love that, like, they compensate for the balance of, like, giving items and such. I think it's really neat. Good shit. Booyah. Plus, I also just like all the, like, kinds of items and stuff. Oh. My GP regeneration. That's probably useful. Eris, we've done it. We found the solution to our pest problem at last. So I make my way to the guild to talk about Fucha. It's only right that you should join us to see the culmination of everyone's hard work. Actually, have you ever cursed of Strahd, Sammy? I played like a session of it once, but no, I've really not played it. I like guested in a friend's game for like for a bit, but I've not actually played it. I don't really like playing modules in general. Though I have heard good things about Curse of Strahd, of course. It's been weeks since I got lost on my way here. Aren't you proud? I am proud of you. Edith, you're great. Not reflections. Hi, it's good to see you made it. I was worried you might miss out on the best part. Everyone who's present and accounted for. Let us begin. Sounds like my cue. Edith and I managed to find a solution, too, actually, to this eelworm infestation. We can choose to put our faith in every, either alchemy or what was it called again? Ah, yes, companion planting. Alchemy is the more potent of the two. It does have its downsides. For one, its equally potent side effects on any concoction the use happens to scatter further than we planned, and it wreak them all manner of havoc on the environment. In which case, the only realistically available to us is to make use of the blend of the two. I know enough about botanic alchemy to cover that aspect, but the companion planting may prove somewhat difficult to utilize. I don't want to make a fool of myself, but could someone explain to me what companion planting actually is? Oh boy. Simply put, it is the process of planting different crops in close proximity so that they may mutually benefit from one another. These benefits vary from stimulating the growth of neighboring crops to increasing yields. Oh, and perhaps most interestingly, it can also prevent pest damage. In the case of the eelworm infestation, a flowering plant called Ralger's Streak is said to be effective. However, sadly for us, there are none left in the St. Pumpkin's Arboretum. Stay with comments, we have never had any at the guild either. However, I do have an idea where they may be found. I was just saying to Ralger, the guardian deity of Alamigo. I dare say you stand a good chance of finding Garabania, where faith in the Destroyer has ever been strong. As it stands to reason, that flower would grow in that area. That's where you come in, Eris. Do you reckon you'd be able to travel into Garabania and track down the elusive plant on our behalf? Slaps Titty in confidence. All that we've been through together, have a mind to accompany Eris. It's the least I can do. Don't be getting ahead of yourself, young lady. Fight may have died down, but died down. There's no guarantee Garabani is safe enough for civilians to be wandering about in search of flowers. May be able to look after herself just fine, but you're a different story. You only get in the way. Say what you want, but it's my duty to accompany Eris. This is the final obstacle standing in her way. I can very well leave her to tackle it alone. Uncle is yours, Eris, but in my mind, such passion ought not to be hindered. Hell yeah, she stuck up for herself. Thanks so much, Eris. This time I promise you'll have no cause for regret allowing me to accompany you. Go ahead and begin asking people about the flowers' whereabouts. Hell yeah. Good for her. I'll take the precaution of informing the Order of the Twin Adder if you visit. Best luck to the both of you. You do look after her, Eris. I guess like the little sister I never had. Doesn't fair thinking about what would I do if something happened to her. Oh yeah, no, that's another thing. Nomad brings up a great point. One of the only times I'll ever say that, of course. But if you're worried about, like, in terms of Pathfinder with, like, characters purchasing magical items and such, really don't have to be, because you can just give them magical items. That's kind of actually what Pathfinder recommends you do, too. Like, it doesn't recommend that you just, like, give your players mounds and mounds of gold, but, like, explains that they should find a lot of their necessary items. In my, in the campaign I'm DMing, I don't think my players have purchased a single fundamental rune. They've just been given fundamental runes. Either as, like, a reward, or that they've discovered them or found them or something like that. So all, like, the important stat items and stuff, they've just been, like, given. They didn't have to buy them at all. It was like the more, like, some of the more fun stuff is like stuff that they've either bought or not bought. Though, to be fair, they don't have a lot of money. I'm purposely kind of not giving them a lot of money so that they can't buy a lot of stuff yet. And things have worked out pretty great, honestly. It's been fine. When I got here, the Alamegan Twin Adder officer gave me the most scrumptious morsel of information. I've heard the plant used to prevent pests being grown in a village near Alagiri. When I think this sounds like exactly what we're searching for, or am I? Well, by saying the surroundings are fraught with danger, and it's no place for a lady botanist to be poking around. Honestly, the cheek of that man. All his words would have done is harden my resolve. Come here, to Alagiri we go. The cheek of that man. That's really funny. I love how spicy she's gotten. Good for her. She should be spicier. Oh, big crystal. There's a place to try asking about Ralger's streak. Ralger's doing what now? Wicked Ambush. Such a badass name for a row. A sleepy. What's up, dude? Aspirating calling. So do what done that I've learned from the soul, mind you. You've been asking someone else. Sorry, lass. Let's find out some pictures of Black Canary in the Absolute DC universe. I can't help but to feel like she gives big Eris vibes. Really? May you show me the pictures? Oh well. Check the anime in this. Anime. Oh, wow. Yeah, hello. Good shit. She actually looks cool. She does have Eris vibes. I was gonna say, like, Canary? Are you kidding me? You mean one of the designated booby characters? Damn. Honestly, this is just more confirmation that the absolute DC line is like one of the coolest things they've literally ever done. That's that. Honestly, yeah. No, she's cool. I like her. I heard it for a while. Maybe it's a bit foggy, but I'm pretty sure the wildfires found far in the mountain. Who knows? There's probably a patch of them going somewhere. I really should, like, try to read all of the absolute stuff instead of just the pieces. You're straight. I was talking this stuff for a while. Eris, best friend, swear out nobody wanted anymore. One wasn't for everyone to see. They're smelly. There's a mountain somewhere on the blocks, far away from the settlements. Get back to Alice, try to make, lest I truly risk getting in your way. Make sure to repair the mud plots for your turn. Assuming everything goes swimmingly, all you do is plant the flowers, we'll be well on our way to a pest-free future. First time to find the flower first, though I don't imagine it'll be trouble for you. If I need a tiny eelworm egg, I'm sure you can spot a flower. Royal hunting. I know where the royal hunting grounds are. Those should be... Those are like... Oh, God. They're like... What? Okay, was my first instinct correct? Is it over here? I was right! Okay! I, like, for a second there, I was like, I'm pretty sure those are that's the little hidden space in the back area of the locks. And then I realized that we weren't in the locks, so I was like, well... maybe I'm wrong, but no, it is correct. I would never forget this place because of that fucking aetheryte. Serotonin, I don't believe so, but it is given a level to indicate its relative power. I don't believe you have to be of the required level, but it is of a relative power, essentially, to utilize it. Or send a relative power level to gauge balance, right? So you can you can give characters an item level higher than what they have. But it's kind of not recommended that you do too much of that, don't give a character 10 level, or like an item that's 10 levels higher unless you really know what you're doing with it. Oh, there it is. It's more so for like the DM's ability to like balance the game. If you give yeah, that is better. I see why. This is fun. Right. Way better, actually. Yeah, it's more so just for, like, balance purposes. Helps you as a DM know what you're giving your players. If they're blowing through encounters and you're like, how are they doing this? And then you gave them all, like, level 23 items when they're level, like, 4. Then you can be like, oh, that's why. Also is useful for, like, knowing wins about. You should give, like, a character an item. About-ish win. And when you make new characters, because new characters should have, like, so many of a certain level item on them. Certain levels of items on them. They have a really handy table for, like, one-shot characters that we have used many times. Hello. I think there's somewhere in the locks. Time for this eagle eyes to use once more. Along the street, it's beautiful. It's stunningly beautiful, and yet beautifully stunning, all at the same time. Right, Edith, that's enough excitement for now. Then calming thoughts. Sorry for that, Eris. Everything's ready. All that remains is to plant the flowers. You can also just ask your players to just give the items to them. Or, like, invent a reason why the players can't use it, you know? Even though planting flowers would be so much tiring work. I say, even though we only plant them to rid ourselves of pests, they've done wonders to the plot's overall image. Aha, half that ain't a sight for sore eyes. Smells not half bad either. Fantastic work, Eris. I tried to entrust the task to the guild's finest botanist, though I do not know if that could have been done without you, Eris. I can't believe my eyes. Oh. Oh, they're growing now. That's so cute. One surprise after another today. I think that the first batch of the Botanist survived. These little guys are tough, that's for sure. Absolutely positive. They were all done for. Thank you for staying strong, little ones. They'll be all right from now on. I will make sure of it. Having seen how far you've come, I've got the utmost confidence in you, Edith. However, allow me to give you a helping hand of sorts. She's got a silly hat now! They gave her a silly hat! I was only given the most accomplished botanist. You may say I have grown of such of late, but I cannot bring myself to believe I'm worthy of such an honor. Shakes head. Now, don't be so harsh on yourself. It is true that you've only made the first step of a long road to becoming a great botanist. However, precisely that I have in mind that is how to furnish you with this gift. It is a sign of my steadfast belief in your future. Aww. But you're now more than strong enough to cultivate your own. While Eris and I would no longer be actively helping you, we shall certainly be keeping a watchful eye on your progress. We wish you the best of luck. First botanist of Idleshire. Ooh, first botanist of Idleshire. First, I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that and stop myself from fainting, but I promise you all I shall work in tandem with the nature, carve Idleshire's name firmly in the botanic history, starting with these Popatos. She's so cute. I was kind of hoping that maybe something would pop up in those like dirt plots, and I wonder if it's just like that's just how they are now. I love Stormblood. It is. Oh, this is so nice. I love doing things that permanently change the environment. Yes. What did she? They planted more over here too. Did they like plant them all around the plots? Oh, they totally did. Oh, that's so fun. I love this. This is awesome. Now Idleshire's filled with flowers. Filled with flowers because of her. That's so cool. Actually, this is better than any skill I could have gotten. I love that Idleshire is just filled with flowers now. That's awesome. That is so cool, actually. Like, if you would have told me that would have... You moved. You moved. There's a little fish in there. What the heck? Anyway, if you would have told me that this would have been like the end result of doing like the Botanist Quests, honestly, I would have done them sooner. This is so cool. No, honestly, this is a good surprise too. This is awesome, and then Egg Death is just there in her cute little outfit. I moved again. For myself worthy title for Botanist of Idleshire. At least I can do payback for Pafucha's faith. With her little popatos and her flowers. Oh, this is so nice. It made a great place even greater, and I love Idleshire. I love helping it grow. This is so nice. Ah! I love it. This is great. Hee 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 hee. Hee 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 hee. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. Yippee! Yeah, the bucket does move. Out there. Hee hee hee. Hell yeah. This is great. I love this. I love Final Fantasy XIV. This is such a good game. To respond to you, Serotonin, if that's the case, what's the problem then? I of course don't mean to make light of any problem that you have, but if you're worried about them keeping the item, but you want to let them have the option to keep the item, I mean, it sounds like you gotta let them maybe keep the item. You know? Like, if you think the item's gonna break the game, then don't give them the option to keep it. You know? Or explain to the players that they're like, you know, that it could break the game or something. So, like, I don't know what the problem is with the item. Unless you're just, like, generally worried about it, like, breaking the game. Which, I mean, like, I don't know, it might if they abuse it or something. The math of Pathfinder won't break for having a much more powerful magic item. I mean, I'm gonna, like, what's the right way to say this? You will certainly feel the effects of having a more powerful magic item, because it is a more powerful magic item. Like, that's kind of the point. You know, if you gave your, if you gave a level 2 party, like, a Staff of Power, right, in D&D, yeah, that would give them a huge advantage in a fight. That would clearly change, like, the balance of the game. Because, like, that's what happens when you do that. For Pathfinder's part, I guess it really depends, like, what you give them and stuff, but I would probably have to argue it will probably be, like, it'll probably be just as balanced as it would be in D&D, if not more balanced, because Pathfinder is way more balanced in general. You know, like, it doesn't have a situation where, like, if a Staff of Power has Force Cage on it, then they can literally stop any fight from happening by casting that spell. Right? Pathfinder doesn't do stuff like that. Even the really high-level spells, they have some pretty gnarly effects, but they don't just, like, outright stop things. So I think you'd have the same problem in D&D, or like, I don't know, it would actually maybe be better. Like Pathfinder's math is really airtight, and that goes for all levels too. So like, you give them a more powerful item, yeah, they'll be more powerful, because of course they will. But like, I don't think it would break it any more. I don't think that it'll break more than it would in D&D. Am I thinking too strictly with all this? Perhaps. I don't mean to criticize you, of course, but like, I guess just the way it's been described to me, it's like, oh, there's going to be this really strong magical item, and it's going to be really powerful, and if they keep it, it will make them powerful. And I'm like, yeah, okay. I don't see how a system necessarily impacts that. Unless you, I mean, you might just be nervous about how much more math or like the elements of balance that Pathfinder has. But those elements are your friend. They're very helpful. You know. And look, as I always say when it comes to DMing, if you're really, really worried, mention something to your players, you know, and just be like, hey guys, I'm kind of worried about this thing, so I want to give you guys the option to do A or B, and if either option, or say option A, is way too powerful, we might have to make some adjustments. And I find if you're with a good group of people, they'll just be like, okay, we understand, DM. Thank you for being upfront with us about this.
Nasty gamer.
If you're with a group of people who are not like that, run. But yeah, I am always in favor for just the DM having a conversation with the players about stuff, because there have been many times where I'm like, hey guys, I'm not sure if this thing is going to work, but we're going to try it, and we're going to see if it works. And most of the time it goes fine. Sometimes it doesn't go fine, and then my players know when it doesn't go fine, and they're like, probably needs to be changed. I'm like, yep, changing it. And then I do, and then everything's fine, and nobody's upset, right? When you kind of set those expectations, it's really helpful. And I like I said, every table, every campaign could probably benefit from just more direct conversations about the game. Nothing wrong with those. Ed Ray, thank you so much for the 28 months. You should that 14 plus 14 equals 28? That's kind of poggers. Hope you're doing well, friend. Hope school's been going well, too. And the universe swung the almighty nerf bat, dinosaurs go extinct. Yeah, right. And honestly, don't be afraid to retcon stuff, too. Again, if you have a conversation with your players about it, you're allowed to retcon things. It's okay. It is just a game. I've retconned minor things and even some major things before because it was necessary for the enjoyment of everyone at the table. And, you know, I let that be my guiding light, honestly. It's like, well, like, I want our group to be able to have fun, and I want everyone in the group to have fun, me included. And if, like, me giving the players, like, something that's, like, way too strong, so, like, every encounter is trivial, like, if I'm not having fun with that, then I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna set the game up in such a way. Because remember, you're a DM, you're a player too. You are there to have fun too. So, yeah. That has to be the first time. No! You're at a table of your friends, I presume. Your friends want you to have fun too. I promise. Everyone's there to have fun. Do what you can for both your enjoyment and the players, especially the DM. Especially the DM. The DM's not having any fun, then the DM probably shouldn't be DMing, because it sounds like it's just a chore at that point. Fun is good for everyone. In my state ACLU created trans resource help. Hell yeah, that's awesome, right? It's like every single day of school and share some ships on jobs. Yeah, that's fair. I miss you, I do. But I'm glad to hear things are going well though. Kinda figured you've been a bit of a busy bee, a lot to be busy about. That's good. What's up, Larry? Yeah, I think especially as a DM, there can be some compulsion sometimes over this idea that like everything has to be perfect or everything has to be cinema cinema perfect resolution, 4K, 8K Critical Role 2 Electric Boogaloo. And it just doesn't have to be, when we play TTRPGs together with our friends, we're there to typically have fun. And part of having fun is telling cool stories, getting into epic fights, and, yucking it up, having a good time with your friends. So, like, that's what the game's for, is to have fun. And to occasionally make mistakes, and it's okay to make those mistakes, and just talk it out with your group and stuff, plan stuff out with your group. A good piece of DM advice I always like to give, and I have heard repeated, is that you shouldn't keep as many secrets as you think you should. Obviously keep some secrets, keep a couple plot twists to yourself, but not everything should be secrets. Sometimes you really should be coordinating stuff with your players over events and things you'd like to do. Because sometimes, in fact, a lot of times, that stuff is really cool. And really fun how you can make that happen with the group, because you guys are collectively telling a story. Together you're telling a story. The Critical Role effect. Yeah, there's a bit of the Critical Role effect, but Critical Role has absolutely retconned shit before. They have done that shit before. They were careful about it, but they have done it. They've definitely planned a lot of shit out too, mind you me. Some people think nothing is planned in Critical Role. That is so untrue. And that's fine, because it makes for a fun game, Midterms is useful for sure. Yeah, no, I kind of figured midterms would be keeping you busy. Even mundane items can break games. Level 1 adventure Minesweeper floor stun puzzle room broke out the pitons and literally climbed the walls. Hell yeah. Important distinction. Yes, planned but not scripted. Correct. They have a general idea of what's going on, Heard something about a DM doing locker room interviews with players in character during their breaks. That's actually really cool. That's really fun, shrew. I should do that. How do you do it in character questions that I post every week? Those are fun. Turn to Avatar Last Airbender, original banners. Here, move stuff for what? Yeah, no, that's some. Avatar's got some really cool lore, Larry. Good shit. Hell yeah. Love that show. Good show. Anyway, yeah, have fun. And talk to your players. That's always my advice. Yeah. No, don't be afraid to, like, have to adjust some stuff if necessary. I'm, of course, always in favor of Pathfinder. I am biased, naturally. But I do think in terms of balance, Pathfinder really does crush it. They do a really good job of it. Yeah, just like, communication. Stuff like that. Good stuff. Anyway, there's my little, TED Talk. My speech. My little late speech. Sammy Soapbox. The Sammy Soapbox! That's a good one. I like the Sammy Soapbox. Ooh, doors are scary. But with that, I think we're actually gonna stop because, again, this is kind of an improvised stream where I was doing just some stuff. I want to continue some of the botanist stuff because I am actually curious where this goes, like in the subsequent quests. But we've at least finished the class quest, so I've got all of my abilities. No one can make fun of me again. And yeah, thanks for all hanging out. I know this was kind of impromptu stream a little bit, but chances are, next week we will we'll actually be doing the MSQ. I maybe will do some Aether quests before the MSQ. Try to see if we can, like, do some of that. It'd be kind of fun. I would certainly enjoy that. We'll find something new to make fun of you for. But we'll also probably have MGS2, assuming Ashley has recovered, but I don't know why she wouldn't have recovered. I hope she recovers. But yeah, we'll go do that. And again, thank you all for being here. Super duper appreciate it. Be kind to yourselves, be good to yourselves. I'm gonna go do some late night grocery shopping because I did realize, well, I was going to do it yesterday, then we got a blizzard, so yeah. Anyway, be good to yourselves. Here are the socials. Here is the raid message. Grocery the shop, yeah. Wahoo! Anyway, love you all. Be kind to yourselves. Be good to yourselves. Say hi to Alchemy for me. I will see you Monday at the usual time, I believe. I do have a dentist appointment that afternoon, but I don't think it's gonna go super long. I think I'll be able to start on time. But if something happens, then I'll let you know. Anyway, goodbye everyone. Say hi to Alchemy for me. See you later. See you Monday.